Yeah, he was like right there, and then like it stopped and he was gone. Wow. So
Magic.
crazy, man. Tonight's going to be full of crazy, spooky surprises. So I want to take a moment here and say thank you both for coming on tonight and joining me and talking about two of probably the most loved movie franchises in Hollywood. And they hold a special place in my heart as toys. So let's take a minute and introduce everybody. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do clockwise. So that brings it to you, Sir Clifton.
Hey, everybody. I'm Sir Clifton with Eternian Ellipse.
So, tell us what you got going on, man. Come on, brother.
Well, I'll be doing my first show tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central, so you'll have to coordinate that with your time. We're pretty much going to be diving in what is an Eternian, and then the next question we're going to go there is, I know everybody's probably really wondering what in the world is an ellipse, and I'm going to explain that, go in with that, and then we're going to come at the end and really come to see what it means with both coming together.
Awesome.
Well,
and that's pretty much it.
Dude, I'm excited to see your debut because you and I have been talking since like December. And you'd asked to come on my channel for a bit. We had you come on the one episode, and then, I knew you needed to work on some things that you had for your setup and all like that because we were testing some stuff. And so I'm glad to hear you finally got all that straight. I'm glad you could join us again tonight. Happy to have you here, brother. And I am really excited to see what you have going live tomorrow. I can't wait for it, man. All right, let's roll on down to the next
as well, and excited to have any and everybody, come and be part of it. It's going to be awesome. Some really cool stuff that none of y'all have seen, and y'all are really, really going to be impressed. It's pretty cool stuff.
Definitely.
I'm pumped for it. And Elgin, sir,
yes,
what's going on with you, brother?
Oh, not much. Just happy to be guesting on here again. And like I said, from Cracktastic Plastic, we do our own podcast that comes out bi-weekly, every other Tuesday actually. And then check us out on all the social medias as well. We do a bunch of toy photography and kind of funny posts and videos and shorts and all that TikTok type stuff that the kids love. So but yeah, just check us out wherever you can. The posts are like on Facebook as well and other stuff. We have a page there as well, and everything with the podcast. So we try to have topics on our podcast and try to, talk about one topic per each show so that we can, dive deep into those topics. So, but yeah, it's good. And I'm glad to be on the show with both of you guys. So should be a good talk.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you here again. I know because we talked on that episode of Toy Frenzy about us getting together and do this. And I've been waiting for somebody who's probably as equally passionate about these two lines as I am.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're not as common as you can find G.I. Joe fans or, Transformers, all these other great toy lines from our childhood. It's a little bit harder to find people who were just as into Alien and Predator toys because they weren't as big as some of these other ones.
Yeah, they were very, very much a kind of a niche area as opposed to kind of the big three, as we always call them on the show, the Motu, Transformer, G.I. Joe. So it's definitely something, especially got more into it after seeing all the Leonard stuff that was coming out at Walmart, and it's like, triggering that, oh yeah, Kenner had all these awesome toys too, and then it's like into the Wayback Machine, and and then you're like, now I gotta search them out again and stuff, and so unlocks that memory of those toys. So
well, before we get into the topic too hard here, because we're going to definitely jump into this, I want to go through and say hey to everybody in the chat tonight, because some people have been waiting, and it's great to see all of these legends in the chat.
Oh yeah.
We've got Radical Toys here coming in saying hello. We have Thanos Copter. You know, it's
Thanos.
always
Yep.
Ozstradamus Toys live when Thanos is in the house.
Heck yeah.
My buddy Customs is here, the Lone Ranger in these here parts, you know, going around and making sure he's keeping the chat safe.
Yep.
You know, gonna wrangle him up any hoodlums. All right. Emerald Knight Photos is joining in. He was a guest just a few weeks ago. He actually takes some really great pictures.
Yes. Yes.
And he has done some good work. Oh
He
my God,
does.
yes. One of the best. Master Versal Toy Hunter is joined in, and he's jumped into the chat saying hello to everybody. Glad to have you here, brother.
Mhm.
And the beautiful Dawn Roberts has joined us once again here, folks. Absolutely good to see you in the chat, hun. Thank you for being here tonight. And then let's see. Oh, the man, the myth, the legend himself, been on bed rest for a while. Skelevator,
Of course.
fellow
Ooh.
co-host of Toy Frenzy. Absolutely amazing to have you here, brother. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're certainly resting up and
get better.
feeling a little better, man. And big sis Carol is here. She said, "Oh, I was on time. Wow, I know. Gosh, it's shocking.
Weird.
Shocking. Having me go live at 9 p.m. What's up with that? I'm just realizing my work microphone was hanging down there. Don't need that." And we've got Nolan in the house, saying hey to all three of us here. Absolutely. Thank you, Nolan. Appreciate having you here. And, again, another staple of the show, man. I love having all these guys here each and every week.
Yeah.
Payne's Toy Samples has joined us as well tonight. Another great toy photographer, toy collect, doing amazing stuff. I love following him and seeing all of his stuff on his IG, as well as his channel. He's been posting some good videos. He's been having some epic hauls lately.
Really, yeah.
He just did a custom Panther using the Masterverse Battle Cat.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, it's so
nice.
good. Oh. I clicked off of it. I didn't mean to click off of it. Zazel's in the house. Sergeant Slaughterhouse. Absolutely good to have you here, brother.
Yep.
Thank you for showing up tonight. Always a pleasure to have you joining us here. And let's keep scrolling down here, trying to make sure I don't miss anybody. And Corey Berger has joined, and he is here with us as well. Great to have you. As a matter of fact, so from this past Thursday's show, everybody's been posting pictures, watching us on the big screen, watching us on TV, watching Toy Frenzy. So I started sharing them all to my story with the hashtag Toy Frenzy fam and everything like that. Corey has sent me the first submission tonight going on in my inbox that I'm going to have to post while we're going live tonight. But, he's watching us on the big screen at his house with his beautiful setup of lights. Thank you, Corey. Really appreciate you being here, brother. Always good to have you. If it wasn't for this man, Corey Berger, I would not have most of my He-Man collection today. Between him and my buddy Ziggy, these guys are definitely the ones who've made it happen. So I'm glad to have them here.
Awesome.
And we've got Payne saying, "Too kind, Oz. Thanks for this." I mean, I shout all you guys out as much as I can because I love the work you're doing. I mean, that's why I follow you guys. You guys are always here supporting me, supporting what I got going on, and I equally try to support you as well. And, talk up what everybody else has going on because you guys, I wouldn't be doing this. This is all because of you guys. So thank you. I do really appreciate that. So my buddy's Custom saying disappearing and all that, something ain't right with that there, fella. Hey man, he's got magic. It's all good. It's part of that ellipse. All right. Oh look, and Master Versal's joining the train. He says he shall indeed have his photo done soon. Just guys, post it on your IG. And then if you want to tag me, you can tag. Well, this is more for my show, so tag me. But you tag Skelly, you can tag Bobby and all like that every week, Thursday nights. Go ahead and do that. And then post it on your IGs, post it on Facebook. It's going to get shared to the story. We're going to spread it around. Everybody's watching these guys here. And Enforcer in the house. What's going on, man? Long time no see. I am so glad to have you coming back in here. And, brother, thank you. It means a lot having you here. I know I haven't seen you here in a couple of weeks, but it's so good to see you, bro. All right. I'm one of those guys that is able to hit the releases first. I have chosen to use this power for good instead of evil. He's not going to lie, man, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had half of the Mattel Creations exclusives. Like, he is, but he has really helped out with that. He's the one who managed to give me that first Wondar that helped me get started on Skelly's channel and stuff like that. It's awesome.
Nice.
So, saying if it wasn't for Oz here, I would not have a web store. Still can't believe you found one. Hey, man, I told you I was going to keep hunting it until I found it, and I did. So I was just as shocked they had one, actually. I grabbed one for him today while I was out doing the rounds at the toy store, and they had one there, so we went ahead and picked that up for him. All right, guys. It's time to start diving into this topic here. So we all remember what it was like being a young kid back in the 80s, going into the 90s, and for some reason, the toy industry thought it would be great to start making toys for rated R movies.
Why not?
We had Rambo.
Yep.
There is no business with Rambo being in toys.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they saw an action hero, and they capitalized by making it into a cartoon, and now we can sell toys.
Yeah, the Forces of Freedom, I believe, is the cartoon for that. I actually I had two of them. I talked about this on one of our episodes. I had two of them. It was the Firepower Rambo, where the thing comes around, and then and it goes in his hand, and then I had another guy where the helmet would come up over. And I just got a message today from my brother that he said he found them, my old ones. I thought they were long gone. He's like, I got stuff for you. So I'll do it on an episode on our show later on once I get him in hand. But I thought those are gone. Like, I remember getting them for Christmas, like specifically getting them for Christmas when I was younger, and it just made my day. So, but those Forces of Freedom. I think I have.
I was gonna say, I know I actually have one in a box over here. I've got one of the Rambos. Hold on a sec here. Yeah, we gotta.
Here's my gun, one of the guns that I still have. I'm missing the bullets for it, but that's basically like an anti-aircraft gun that he used that I got. Fits right in there, and then you just adjust that up and down, and you can shoot at people. So.
Yeah, man, that is intense to see. I love when we get to see all of these awesome vintage toys.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So
I need to get some more of those figures. I need to search them out and stuff.
They're hard to come by. They're really hard to come by because
especially complete.
Big. Yeah. Yeah, complete's the hardest part.
Yeah. I think they're made by Coleco. Is the brand that made them.
It does sound about right. Yeah.
And they're not a brand anymore. So
along with the action figure, I used to have the little headband and the necklace that he would wear, and had his little machete knife too, the plastic machete knife. That was awesome too.
Yeah, with the serrated edge on the back and everything. Yeah.
Absolutely. So Nolan says doesn't remember having any of the Rambo figs, but he did have the Chuck Norris with their karate commandos.
Oh yeah. With the chop on them.
I had Chuck Norris too.
And again, Bud's pulling the big duty, posting everybody's links in the chat. Thank you so much, Bud. I appreciate it. Really helps out.
Thank you, Bud.
So we they did those, and a lot of these they did try to make cartoons for so that they go friendly. I mean, one of the big things of the controversy with He-Man was that Mattel got the line for Conan, and they were going to put out some Conan toys, and then watched the movie and saw what it was, and they were like, we can't make toys for this. That is purely adult. We cannot do this. So they went ahead and just did their own He-Man thing, which was already in development aside from Conan.
Right.
And later, finally, we did get that Conan the cartoon. And
That was a good cartoon too.
oh yeah, it was,
Yeah.
man. That was a
think-
really good cartoon.
Yeah, I've been rewatching that lately.
Oh yeah.
And,
Such a catchy theme song too, Nat. Like,
yeah.
Conan the Adventurer.
Yeah, and they had figures out for that too. I mean, they had toys for that cartoon as well, which was awesome.
Corey mentioning he knows someone that reviews toys for adults, but I don't think that's our part of YouTube that we do. So, and was the 80s nobody had time for reading, just watch the cartoons. And ain't that the truth? Like, it really, really was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Watch the cartoons. Don't read the books. Don't read the comics and stuff like that. You gotta watch the cartoons.
Yeah.
So, we had RoboCop.
I used to not even do my homework. I wouldn't even bring it home. I'd stuff it in the desk at school and tell mom and dad, "Hey, no, I didn't have no homework.
I got it done."
Bud says, was there a Conan cartoon? I don't remember that one. Crap, I'll have to go watch that. There was actually 2 Conan cartoons, because you had Conan the Adventurer, and then you had Conan and the Young Warriors, I believe they may have even called it.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So, yeah, it was kind of like a continuation of the series, and it was really neat. And they did finally produce toys for that cartoon. They didn't look like Arnold, but
no, the Conan Adventurer one, I think that was done by, it was like Sun. It was the same guys that did G.I. Joe.
yeah, Sumbo Animation.
So which when you look at it, there's like the main bad guy looks a little Serpentor-esque in it. And,
Yes,
and
very
it's like it's like, do they just kind of grab stuff for that? But yeah, it was Sunbow.
So speaking of Arnold, he did a couple of rated R movies that turned into cartoons. And we had Terminator. Terminator finally had, toys after Judgment Day.
Yep.
And I guess somebody said, you know what? Why don't we start getting into some of these other crazy R-rated, definitely should not be seen by the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go ahead and we're going to put those on. And they did try to pitch, from what I've researched, they tried to pitch Operation Aliens to a Korean animation studio who did a couple of stills. And then they did, this whole Operation Alien. And so with that, we started to see an Alien toy line. And they had the big vinyl collector's case that was so popular at the time.
Mm-hmm.
We came out with all these different vehicles with all these different toy features. We had new breeds of alien that, had never seen before.
Yeah.
And just, they really went wild with it.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that commercial and it blew me away because I had just recently seen Aliens for the first time. So I knew who these Marines were that were with,
Right.
In this series. And I was just like, wow, these are really, really cool. And then not only did we get Alien, but then about a year into this toy line, suddenly they started coming out with Predators. And you finally had, I remember seeing Predator 2, and in the trophy room, you had the alien skull. You had that xenomorph skull on the wall.
Yeah.
And that was really the first inkling of a crossover between these two franchises.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started seeing the comics from Dark Horse Comics. And I was like, whoa. And they were the ones that were doing the mini comics that came with the alien toys.
Right.
Which I now finally have the complete set because of my son's collection. So, and I believe we have a special guest wants to jump in and weigh in for a few minutes and tell us which one of these brands he definitely thought was the best. And here we have ourselves with a young Yaucha. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
How honored it is to have an actual Yaucha with us. And as you can see, he's second blood hunter, Tartarus clan. What is going on? This is amazing. Did not
Wow.
expect to actually have one of the Yaucha here with us. How are you this evening, sir? It is good to see you. Oh man,
Wow.
fantastic. I
That's
remember
awesome.
as being a
awesome.
young kid and wanting to have, one of these guys as my friends. And now here I am some 30 years later, and I'm starring in a show with one. I'm living my childhood dreams as an adult. And thank you for being here. Thank you for being able to join us this evening, sir. Absolute pleasure to have you. Corey's
Awesome.
asking, how do you find these guests? Same place where Batman finds all those wonderful toys. So they're always around somewhere, and they absolutely have fun coming on and joining us for all of these crazy shenanigans and adventures. And I want to jump back into the chat here. We did have Ray Black finally come and enjoy us. She said she had a minute, just wanted to jump in and say hi. We were glad you could show up, even if it's only for a minute, Ray Black. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Corey mentions we weren't supposed to watch R-rated movies. I thought they meant don't watch it without your parents.
Oh yeah, that.
Well, had a little bit of both here.
Yeah.
But Buddy's Custom saying he had the Terminator 2 playset where you could mold your own Naked Arnold with this powder that you mix with water and inject into the mold that had a T-800 skeleton figure, and you could add gear to him. I definitely remember that toy. That was a really one. It was kind of creepy though. And he's also mentioned it was one of the best play sets that they had in the 90s. And I got to agree, because by the 90s, you saw less play sets than the 80s. And which movie as a kid scared you guys the most? Jaws did it in for me. Terrified of the great white sharks to this day. Thankfully, I'll never see one in real life. You know which movie really, really scared the crap out of me? Because I always thought it would be cool to be a colonial marine and shoot the aliens. That didn't scare me.
Right.
The Predator, I just was amazed by the Yauchas hunting in their honor and what they did, even though they were definitely, not exactly the good guys. When compared to the Xenomorphs, they were definitely the good guys. They were the best, and they certainly helped keep them in check, from taking over most of it.
Yeah.
And the one that scared the crap out of me the most, Hellraiser. Hellraiser was definitely one of the most terrifying things.
Yeah.
Okay. So, unfortunately, I know the Yaucha had to run. He had to go on a hunt. So it was great to have him here for a while. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
For gracing us with your presence, but it was really great. And
Yeah,
Corey
was
mentioning
awesome.
Oz's next guest is actually going to be a shark. You never know. I could definitely have a shark show up. Why not? Just have him swim through here. Radical Toys can probably help me hook it up with having a shark as a guest if he feels like it. I know he says he'll never see one in real life, but you never know what's going to happen on YouTube. I mean, I just had a Yaucha as a guest on my show.
It's crazy.
This is nuts.
He is one ugly mother.
Oh, you one ugly son.
I didn't say the word, but
So, Emerald Knight jumping in saying it was Texas Chainsaw Massacre for me, and that was definitely a terrifying one.
Yeah, it was probably Chucky for me, just as a kid.
A chainsaw.
So,
I had a My Buddy doll. Chucky definitely terrified me.
Yeah. Never know when a toy might come alive or something, and it's like
Puppet Master was certainly another good one for terrifying people. My sister saying Stephen King's It scared her. And clowns, definitely. They
Yeah.
are crazy, crazy scary.
Yeah.
Is Pinhead on next? I wish. I really wish. Corey mentioning he has an adorable face hugger plushie. And yeah, for sure. I've seen it. He does. It's legit. Face huggers are still one of the most terrifying creatures ever made. I gotta agree too. Like, you're talking about something that attaches
Yeah.
to your face and then it breathes for you. And then when you wake up, it's only a matter of time before you got something bursting through your chest. Of course, you don't know that.
You think you're fine?
So, yeah, you just
Get this guy some Pepto-Bismol.
Right? You got a little cough going on, trying to eat breakfast with your friends, and then next thing you know, you're exploding all over them. Not in the fun party ways either.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But I'll never forget going down the toy aisles and seeing the alien toys there and just being like, oh, wow, these are great. Now, most of my friends had no idea what they were.
Yeah.
And again, that's kind of, I think, what made these not as popular, because it didn't have the supporting media of a cartoon.
They would just be like random toys. It's just like
Mhm.
any other thing, especially at that time, pre-internet and
Right.
everything is TV based or commercial based. And it's
Yeah.
like, if it just like, you wouldn't, if you're walking down the aisles, it's not something that might grab you. It's like, because, you're going directly to, Ninja Turtles or Motu or something. And
Right.
it's like, yeah, it's not something that's normally like, oh, what's this, And sometimes they don't stock them in all places either. So it's kind of with that, not as much media coverage on it as well.
Right, because you wouldn't find these in your average toy section at like a Woolworth or at Kmart.
Ben
Walmart wasn't
Franklin.
really around here at the time. Right. Yeah, exactly. You just didn't see these guys there. The only place I ever saw them in was place like Kitty City, the one that I mentioned, or a KB Toy or Toys R Us.
Yeah.
They were the only place that really carried them. And they were so unique with tons of great toy features. The box art was great. I actually was trying to find the original Alien art for the cards.
Mhm.
And I was trying to do the same with the Predator one. All I could find though were like torn cards. So like part of it was missing. I didn't have the time to sit here this week and hand paint back in those details or paint out, like, they had that red banner that would go like
Right.
across the corner that would say like mini comic book inside or art movie cell inside, depending on which wave you were buying. And I just didn't have the time to go through and edit all that. So I did manage to find some decent versions of the NECA remakes, which aren't exact, but they are close enough. Like, it's very similar to that original art. And I just thought it looked so cool. I really, really thought it looked cool. I dug the story that they were telling in the comics. I thought that was really great. I don't know. How many of you guys, did you have any of the mini comics with yours?
I don't know if I ever kept them as all, at that age. I just wouldn't even
I
though,
didn't.
yeah,
I just
it's
wanted
like
the toy.
exactly. It's like a lot of times, even with like my old Motu stuff, I'm like, I had a lot of the vintage stuff, but I don't know where the mini comics, they just like disappeared, So yeah, a lot of times you just want to rip open and just like play with the toys. So it's, they kind
Definitely.
of gets pushed to the wayside almost, which is too bad because I would love to go back and like stop doing that,
Yeah, like you want to tell yourself at the time, like you want to go back and be like, take care of this crap. What are you doing? Like, you can play with it. That's fine. Enjoy it. Have that memory with it, but don't throw this part away. Keep track of that. So with those mini comics, it really did remind me of like how He-Man had come with the mini comics, which was a great relatable thing to it. Because again, not a lot of toys were doing it at the time.
Yeah.
It helped give you the story after LV-426. However, they never explained how Apone survived. They never explained, how any of these guys made it back. Like, there were definitely like Drake was one of the toys. He got sprayed hardcore with acid. Now here he is just fine. we knew Hicks survived, sort of. Like, he was pretty bad at the
Yeah.
end of the movie, but he
Yeah.
survived.
He was in one of the pods.
Yeah. Bishop was torn in half, which was
Yeah.
great. That was his action feature. You could tear him in half.
Yeah.
Made perfect sense as he was the android. You know, but it was like, here's the story of this ragtag group of the Marines that were left over from this. They added in some original characters like Ajax, who, you know, he's this infiltrator unit now where he dresses up like a queen alien. I always thought that was a really cool toy.
Yeah.
You know, because he had all these parts you clipped on to make him look like a queen alien.
hmm
That was a lot of fun. That was definitely cool. So, well, speaking of that, why don't we dive into which ones we had as a kid?
The one I remember the most that I had was the glow in the dark one, because that's always that's like my go-to thing. Anytime for any type of toy feature is the glow in the dark feature of it, and that was there was just something about it, because not all of it glows, because it's, you know, the kind of part of the harness doesn't, and then and it still had like action features as well. You know, I think it's the stalker, I think.
Yeah, Stalker Predator. As
And
a matter of fact, I'm bringing him up right now.
yeah, and just like, I don't know, it was just, that was the one I can only really remember of like this is it. Like, this is the best one for me
Yeah.
anyway. But I mean, I just love anything really glow in the dark. I think we did an episode of that recently, and talking about glow in the dark toys, and it's just like, it's just I don't know, there's some, also because it's the Predator, like his blood glows that kind of that you know, neon color and stuff, and it's just like, it just reminded me so much of that, and it's like that connection almost to the movie, even though it really wasn't part of it so much, but it was like, oh, it's kind of like that, you know, where he's like, he's glowing. But
Yeah, and as a matter of fact,
look at that. Yeah.
this is that one right here.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely
Great.
enjoyed this one. Because again, I am a sucker just like you for some glow in the dark features.
Yeah.
And this guy glowed bright too.
Yeah. That's the thing with like all the stuff in the 80s and 90s, it was like it would glow. Like you would put out in the sun and it would glow.
Now, one thing I will say though, and you can definitely notice it on here, his torso has remained pretty good, and it still looks like that white yellow, just like his mask and his accessories here. But every one of these I see now, and this is brand new in box.
Yeah.
Has I'm pointing to it on that screen, and you can't see what I'm pointing to. But if you look at the arms and the legs, he has yellowed quite grotesquely.
Yeah.
And they all do that. But one of the things that really made great that you were talking about here, and I'm not sure that we're going to be able to pick up the detail from this image as well. He was that ultimate crossover part for the Alien versus Predator, because his chest harness here, this is the skull or the head of a xenomorph. This is the tail he has wrapped around his arm, you know, kind of making this little, like almost like a dagger blade type thing. Not quite the claws from the one from the movie. He also had a very large thumbnail, which was really weird. But yeah, this guy was just absolutely amazing. He was one of the coolest ones. And he's not actually one that I got on card brand new. I only ever had one Predator brand new when it came out. And that was the Scavenge Predator. All the other ones I ended up picking up later at a yard sale. And I managed to get like this person was getting rid of a whole box of Alien and Predator toys. And they were doing it for like $12. And I'd been given $20. Now this thing had the power loader, and it had several of the aliens, and it had like all the Predators in it. And I managed to pick up this guy at a yard sale, and that was fantastic.
It's quite the score.
Yeah. Sir Clifton, what about you? Which one did you have as a kid?
I don't remember the name of it specifically. It wasn't the glow in the dark one. It was more of your your traditional looking Predator, and I did have a Xenomorph because I had the big GI Joe space shuttle where they could go,
Yes.
and I would always cross over and messing with the GI Joes, and they'd
Sure.
be like trying to shoot the guns and whatnot. But it was always pretty cool fun. That's what I had.
Now, when you mentioned that you had a Xenomorph and the more traditional looking Predator, could this have been the one that you had? Bear with me here, because this is, to this day, probably one of the coolest 2-packs ever. Let me see if I can go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're pulling up that 2-pack that they came out with.
Yep. And it's funny because they did a re-release of both of these later, single carded each, however. But this was the more movie accurate representation of each, with the Xenomorph and the Predator. So the Predator himself looked a little bit more like what we were used to from the movie. The Xenomorph looked a little bit more like what we were used to. He had that more traditional biomask. He had the staff right here.
That is Sir
He's got a
Clifton?
gun behind it. This was him?
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. And you see, it came, this was the last mini comic that they did in the series, was this one right here. And it was the crossover for Alien versus Predator. After that, you had a separate line for Predator, and you could use the aliens you had already purchased, because this was at the tail end of the Alien line when they started introducing the Predators. So it was really, really unique, and I adore this pack.
It's
Now,
awesome looking.
Oh god, yeah. The later version that they released of the single carded Predator and the Alien, the Predator had more purple armor, not brown. And the Alien himself looked a little more blue, if I remember. And I'll see if I can find those images and pull them up. But I always wanted those. Again, didn't have either of those as a kid. But it was really great. So Emerald Knight's saying that 2-pack was a must for him. And I agree. And honestly, right now, that posting was from eBay. If anybody's a big fan and wants to go grab it, that's $50 on eBay right now. Buy it now.
God,
yeah, I know.
So my buddy's custom saying he vaguely remembered going through comics a few times because of the art, but I remember more of the golden books from O2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
A bunch of those golden
I
books.
agree. Those were a blast. We had a burned down barn for years across from the house I grew up in, and the older kids always used to tell the younger kids about a lady that lived there in H. I have no idea what's going on in the chat right now.
I wonder if it was like things that scared, like, because they're talking about, things that are scary.
See what happens when I go and I try to run a show by myself? I can't pay attention to what's going on in the chat anymore. My sister talking about the tunnels across the street, anything could have come out of them.
Hey, it's dark in there, you never know.
The funny part is she mentions this. As a child, I don't really remember my dreams. I had a nightmare as a kid. And the first time these two things ever crossed over in my mind was in a nightmare. And I remember running from Xenomorphs. I remember running from Predator. And then all of a sudden I had this image of these. Again, we had a creek across from the house and it had tunnels that went up underneath the street. And we used to walk into those tunnels and we used to explore. And I remember in my dream vividly that there was a Predator and the Queen Alien walking like arm around each other, like buddy through the tunnel, basically plotting humanity's destruction. Like that was a legit thing. And that image is still in my head today. Highly Articulated's come in and joined us for the evening. How you doing here, Adam? It's good to see you, brother. He said he didn't collect this line at all, but I really wanted this 2-pack. Well, if you just heard, it's on eBay right now. $50.
50 smackers.
That's American though. Or wait a minute, this isn't eBay. This is Mercari. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It's on Mercari. I haven't used them yet, but they
same difference.
Yeah, they're all right. It's a good site to do stuff if you want to pick up some stuff.
Oh wait, here we go. my buddies is giving you a shout out saying, I know Elgin had some IG posts and TikTok videos of his aliens attacking the Masters, and it looked really cool.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
you do a bit of a segment every week. Go ahead and plug that segment for us so they know what we're talking about.
Yeah, basically it's called Predator Preds Day. It's basically Wednesday, but with Pred in front of it, so Preds Day. Basically, I take all these Leonard Predator toys that I got from Walmart. So this is the Berserk, this is the Falconer.
Falconeer.
Yeah, Falconer from Predators movie, and then there's like this one. I think his mask.
Jungle Hunter.
Yeah, his mask comes off on that one. And then here he's a Berserker here. I got the giant laser blaster on him there, pulsar blaster.
Huge cannon.
Yeah, and then he's a single blade.
It's like the
what
Dirty
else?
Harry of Yaocha.
I know. And then another City Hunter, I believe.
City Hunter with a paint job that looks similar to the Alien versus Predator Hive Wars set.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
This other one is another City Hunter, I believe. I think all the City Hunters have the little disc ones on them as well.
Oh man, that's really cool. But he's definitely styled more like the movie version.
Yes, the Predator 2 one. Yep. And then this one's kind of like he's transforming, coming out of his cloaking, and then goes into.
Doesn't he glow? Did they put glow on?
No, I wish they did. I mean, I think I'm gonna have to like paint this one glow in the dark, like parts.
Paint the skin parts.
I'm gonna paint all that the stuff that's like translucent, but it is translucent and stuff, so you can shine a light through and it kind of shines through. But yeah, so every Wednesday I do basically one of these predators attacking somebody, whether it's Motu or Ninja Turtles or really anybody I want to like attack. So that's kind of been or even aliens, like any of these Leonard aliens as well. I can have them attacking and all the drones and stuff and the runner.
I appreciate that they did up the scale a little bit because now it can match with other 6-inch lines.
Because now they're about roughly the size that they should be. Like so you can so they can tower above the other figures. So and they come with accessories too. But yeah, every Wednesday I try to do something where he's fighting, or even I do like a Thursday post of Thrasher Thursday where they're like skateboarding, and so I'll have like Predators skateboarding or Alien skateboard or somebody skateboarding on a skate park.
I love seeing
those little fingerboards that Hot Wheels came out with.
Those and the sneakers that you made for them too. That go
well, they came with those. Yeah, they came with those sneakers.
Absolutely love those.
Well, this is like the Hot Wheels board.
Little tech deck style.
Yeah, basically. And they came with this one is a dinosaur playing an electric guitar that's a lightning bolt. But yeah, this is one of the shoes, and they basically clip the bottom takes off, and then you can clip it to the board like that. So that way you can you're supposed to be able to put your finger, but my fingers are too big for it. And then drive it around and stuff. But I just put action figures in them and then take pictures of them because it's more fun that way for me anyway.
I agree. So, like the first time I ever saw you had like Prince Adam skateboarding.
Oh yeah.
It was just like, well, that's perfect because he's this punk teen kid until he becomes He-Man.
I ended up making a kit bash of it was He-Man. I think it was Prince Adam's head, the Motu Origins head with the longer hair, straight hair, and then I used John Cena's from the crossover series.
Yeah.
Like his shorts because he has jean shorts, and then I think it was his. Who else? I think it might have been Ric Flair's torso and arms.
Nice.
And then so it was like a whole mashup of stuff, and so luckily he was like some skater guy, skater boy out there.
Worked out well.
Yeah. So but then I've just used other figures for. Whoever's like whatever their feet will fit in these tiny little holes, I'll try to jam them in there and then have them skate do something, you know. So
I agree. So
but yeah.
Pop Actor has joined us tonight. He's reaching out saying, hey to Nolan. Pop Actor, glad to have you here, brother. I know you don't make it every week, but I appreciate you making it this week and being live in the chat, brother. It's good to see you. And as a matter of fact, here he says, hey Oz, what is the matter? YouTube got you pushing too many pencils, huh? Had enough? There's a great line from
Yep,
Predator
from
there.
Predator 87.
Got to get to the chopper.
Yeah, I just posted the one with the Lost Predator Pren's Day one. It was him fighting Eternian guards and King Randor. But King Randor looks so much like the Burger King mascot.
Oh
That
God,
at the
it's
end
hilarious.
and then I
Yeah.
just said, get to the Whopper instead of get to the chopper.
That's right. Get to the whopper.
Get to the Whopper.
As a matter of fact, here, let me see if I can bring that.
It's probably yeah.
Oh,
But yeah,
it's not
that-
gonna blow up big. No,
Yeah.
here we go. I can blow it up big screen enough. This will be good. And I'll take everybody through it because it's hilarious.
There's several pictures I think on. There's like 5 pictures of the post.
So this is
So he's
from Predenzi.
Pren's Day. I don't know how you
Pren's.
pronounce it. Yeah, like I always have to like Wednesday, Pren's Day. Yeah, it's on Wednesday. It's apparently a hashtag. So
It's definitely one, and it's a good one. So here's the Predator, half cloaked jungle hunter here, facing off against some Eternian guards and Randor, and
pops one guy right away. Cuts
takes
off his
the
arm.
off, man.
Yeah, kind of like the Carl Weathers arm. That's kind of what I was
Yep.
going after. Like he's like
And then boom.
Yeah. So that skull is that's a NECA skull that came with the shaman predator that I have.
Nice.
So I tend to use that one when he whips out. That's why I took off his head, off Randor's head, and then I just had that as a skull that he's like his trophy.
It looks great. It's absolutely great.
It does.
And look, we even got a little splash of blood black here on Castle Grayskull's steps there. That's fantastic. I didn't realize that you put that much detail into it. I love it.
Thank you.
But I mean, and that was one of the cool things about this. I really thought that like we were going to get a big comeback when Leonard took over and they started releasing the little sets.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I ended up buying a couple of them because my son had, again, he was looking at the NECA ones that I had.
Sure.
And he wanted to play with those. And Dad said, not going to happen. So I went and I started looking up lots on eBay of the old Kenner ones. And I managed to hunt down and get every single one of the original lineup in box so that we can get the mini comics. And we could actually read, because I never had all the mini comics, so it was fun to finally read the continuing story. And I liked that most of them were 2-parters. Like one part came with the Marine and another part came with the alien of whatever type that was. So it was like, one part of it, they went to the planet where they got attacked by the Scorpion aliens. So one of those comics came with the Scorpion alien, but the other one came with a Marine who they typically featured in that comic more than the other ones. And it was a great little sales tool, kind of gave you some of the character behind the Marine a little bit. And it was really, really awesome. And, to get through those, and man, I read all of them to my son, of course, too. But like they went on for quite a while. They had, it was 13 by the time it finally came down to that one that was with the Predator. 2-pack, and then that was the last one that they put out for that. Now, one, I think it was the Scorpion alien one that I bought, actually came with a Mantis Aliens comic, and I was so mad.
Oh no.
Because hard enough finding one Scorpion alien brand new in box to have that comic.
Right.
Now I had to find another one and hope to God it had the right comic in it.
They just didn't do a whole line with the same comic in it.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't one comic
factory
per
error.
wave,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
So we got Duchess of Darkness has joined in saying, "Hey, sorry I'm late, but something came up I had to take care of. I don't like being late to your live stream. Sorry. Hey, it's
No
okay. It
problem.
doesn't matter if you came on time or if you showed up late. The point of the matter is you're here, and that's what matters most. So thank you, Duchess. I appreciate you being here and showing your support." And Master Versal Toy Hunter jumping in with "It's not a tumor." Well, I have to do like an entire episode just talking like Arnold or something.
Yeah.
So
It's a
perfect.
bomb.
He's a bomb. Come on, guys. Get rid of the chocolates. Get rid of the flowers. You got to throw that stuff away. Get your girlfriend what she really wants for her Valentine's Day and show her how much you really care. You got to get her kidnapped by terrorists. Also, a big shout out from Duchess to you guys too. Hello to Sir Clifton and Elgin. Excellent.
Hello.
Oh, and
Hey,
Pop
Dennis.
Actor saying,
Everybody, y'all need her channel, by the way. She's got cool stories.
Yes.
"Oh my God, they will
Yes.
definitely scare the crap out of you." Wednesday nights, Wicked Wednesdays,
They
she
dang
always does
sure
a
will.
premiere. And this past week's was Ghost Stories. I talked a little bit about it on Toy Frenzy. Go check it out, though. There are some great ghost stories on there. And a couple of them were written by a regular who comes on, of course, to Duchess's every week, the Prowler. But he also shows up here and joins in on the Toy Community Fun. And he's a great growing author. Wrote several stories, just about one each week for her Wicked Wednesdays that, are just fantastic. As a matter of fact, she also read one recently that was written by S.J. Curtis, who has shown up for several chats on Toy Frenzy as well as here. So, Duchess, thank you again for having some of your guys come over and check out our stuff. And we all love showing up and supporting what you got going on every Wednesday. I mean, that's where I go every Wednesday. It's a tradition. I was talking about it on Thursday night Toy Frenzy. It's the build up, the start of my YouTube regularly scheduled programs. Basically, it starts with Wednesdays, Wicked Wednesday with Duchess kind of thing, and then it goes into Thursday nights. I have a great time talking with the guys doing Toy Frenzy, and then I take a little break on Fridays before jumping in and doing my show on Saturdays. So, there we go. Bud's on top of it, spreading the links around for Duchess. Thank you very much, Bud. Appreciate you dropping everybody's links in the chat. Definitely check them out. So I was going to go back up here because somebody else had made a comment about
Burger King Randor.
Yeah. Where was it? I'm trying to go
He was
back.
Pop Actor.
Pop Actor's always got the witty comments. Man is constantly thinking on his toes. He had, there was one where he got it on Big Bad Toy Store.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes, "Nolan, I took the figure Randor, actually 2 Burger King once. I got him. The manager thought I was a Burger King and dedicated customer." That's fantastic. I hope you got a free Whopper out of it.
Just like put him on a chain, it's like just wear him like a giant chain.
I think that would be fantastic to do, like walk around like King Randor's your bling.
Well, it's like that Orco that they have on Mattel Creations that they still have. It's that collab where they did this like blinged out Orco chain that you can wear and everything.
That's the way to do it right there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing was sick looking.
Yeah.
It's a little pricey for me and I don't wear
I
bling,
don't.
but,
Yeah.
I mean, I probably would wear that just cause, but
if they send it to me for free, wink wink, I would definitely wear it on the podcast and be like holding chain, like because why not?
Nice. So Duchess is saying that Adam from Radical Toys story will be first out next Wicked Wednesday.
Nice.
How cool is that? That would be really awesome. Look at this. The toy community is now adding more to Duchess's community. I can't believe it. This is fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for supporting her and what she does. Pop Actor said, I'm actually a McDonald's fan. I did not want to break his heart.
Oh man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta put the Big Mac down. It takes 2 hands to eat a Whopper. That's a real burger right there.
Especially if you get like a triple Whopper or something.
Yeah, man. Whew. And my sister said, I could see I was wearing a King Randor. That's how I show off my bling. Most kings wear jewelry. Most kings wear bling. I wear kings. As my ego grows with every week.
Yeah.
So Nolan is asking, did anyone hear of anyone finding anything in the Crimson Shadows tin? Now, I'm not sure. Nolan, explain a little bit more what you're talking about. Did any of you guys know about this?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Nolan, explain a little bit more in the chat so I can bring it up again. We can talk about that a little more because that sounds interesting. Oh, don't forget about a Whataburger. That's right. You got to get them Whataburgers, man. See, we don't have them out here on the East Coast. I keep hearing about a Whataburger, and I've seen videos online where people have tried them, and they were like, "Oh wow!" So, okay.
You remember the commercials when Ernest was the spokesman for Whataburger?
Yes, I mean, personally, I love Ernest. Absolutely, I think he is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best staples in the 90s, period. All of his commercials that he used to do. So that's what he started off as, just doing commercials for stuff.
He's a pitchman, yeah.
Yeah, and then he ended up getting a show, and then he started doing the movies. And God, I love that stuff.
Yeah.
So apparently this is what comes in those tins. Payne's Toy Samples is talking about it, saying guns, knives, and blast effects. So I'm guessing those are the things that I see a lot of people buying up for their like Valaverse and their G.I. Joe.
Okay.
Which makes sense. Now, that is something that I've really, really always wanted to dive into because I used to, of course, have these Alien and Predator toys, and they stalked and hunted all of my other toys.
As they should.
Including, so as a kid, I had like 2 stormtroopers, and then I had the Luke with the removable stormtrooper helmet. So he was a stormtrooper. And then I had the sand trooper was my commander, because he had the comma over the shoulder kind of thing. So he looked different.
Yeah.
And then the snow trooper was a bit of a specialist. He was more like recon, him and the scout trooper.
Right.
And I used to put the scout trooper in the power loader, and they used to be this team that would go on bug hunts, and then they got stalked by the predator. And this is how this all played out in my head. But I used to have fun with that. And now, like, again, Sir Clifton was talking about how he used to do that with like his G.I. Joes and stuff like that. Cause I had that big ship that came with the little like clear bubble in the back that you could capture the alien in. I did have that ship. I did have the power loader, but I never had like the hover tank or the anything until like later. I did end up getting a hover tank and the snare vehicle that they had, which I always thought was like seriously not what you wanted to take hunting aliens, because it just did not seem protective enough. I mean, they took out that whole APC just by bleeding on the treads.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Apparently, he put cash in random tins, one with $500 in cash. That's really, really awesome.
Wow.
It's amazing. So, Buddy's Custom saying that he found a behind-the-scenes clip of Ernest and Robin Williams hanging out, and it was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen in my life.
I think I've seen that.
Yeah, I gotta say, that is probably about the most 90s thing I ever heard.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, Blind Robot, thank you for joining in the chat and being here tonight. But yeah, apparently Bobby put some cash in some. Dude, that's incredible. Okay, I'm down for that. That's great. Wow. Could you imagine? You're expecting to get all these guns, blast effects, and you open it up and there's $500, which you immediately go buy more. Let me go buy more.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's good marketing.
Right. So yeah,
Yep.
and again, talking about like the fun of these Predator toys and everything, because again, not a lot of my friends knew what they were. Like
Yeah.
they'd never even seen Alien or Predator like that, and I couldn't just really invite them over to watch the movies because even though I had seen the movies and my dad would watch them with me, you never could tell whether or not your friends' parents were going to be cool with them being exposed to the movies while at your house.
Right.
You couldn't always just show them. But trying to explain exactly what these were to my friends, most of them were like, "What are you talking about?" And then it's like, "Here, read the mini comic," and they're like, "I don't understand what any of this is." I really got excited when NECA started doing the stuff. And that's because I didn't, again, see NECA doing these at first. Up until I was working at, I'd been working at GameStop for a few years, and they did one of their Power Up rewards was an exclusive NECA video game Predator. And it was exclusive to Power Up rewards. You couldn't get this through any other means.
Yeah.
And I remember having like 1 billion points at that time because I'd been working for the company for years and never really used my points for any rewards. And then I saw this and I was like, oh, I'm getting this. I am cashing in some points on this one. And it was one of the most beautiful things ever. It was kind of like how I felt, that first time I was opening up the Headless Horseman and getting into that. And I was like, I got to have more of these because these are gorgeous. But that didn't happen until a few years later, where I decided I was going to make a hive and do a diorama thing that never came to fruition. Really wish I had, but there's still time because I've still got that collection in a box somewhere. Here we got Emerald Knight chiming in. All of my classmates knew about Alien and Predator and would have frequent sleepover watch parties going from Alien to Predator series, and then some RoboCop and Terminator mixed in. And see, that was one of the other great things that I did, where I ended up having Terminator, who again, Arnold was like a linking thread through these because, Arnold was with the Predator and now he's a the Predator linked to Alien through Predator 2, and then Arnold being fighting the Predator in the first movie, and then he was the Terminator. So in my mind, it was perfect headcanon before the Dark Horse comic that crossed over all three to have my Terminator 2 toys chime in with the Predator and Alien toys as well, because I loved mixing that stuff.
Yeah.
And Cobweb has joined in saying, "Hey, Oz, got a message to come hang out." Well, I'm glad you're here, Cobweb. Thank you for showing up, man. I appreciate it. It's good to see you here. I talked to I've talked with Pop Actor and Cobweb and everything for months. Start chatting up with these guys over at Geek Dad Life in their chats, and of course, like Toy Anxiety and stuff. So it's really good to see you guys here. Thank you for joining in and coming to check me out. I ain't got time to bleed. And that line remains with me when I shave. I tell you about it, I got a lot of surface area to shave too, man. I ain't got time to bleed. So
yeah, there's so many classic lines in the A7 movie. It's just it's so quotable, and it's just like even every time I rewatch it, it's just like there's nothing wrong with it's like perfect and like just everything. Like there's nothing lags. It's just like I don't know. It's just a perfect movie for an action movie and just with aliens and it's just a combination of everything. It works out so well.
It did. Well, and that was one of the first things about that movie is you didn't really know it was an alien.
Right.
That was stalking them.
Yeah.
You had no idea really what it was. I mean, you kind of knew it was something when it picked up the scorpion because then you saw its hand. Yeah. And you could tell that was not a human hand. It had like the claws and stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
But just the fact that they had to find somebody bigger than Arnold.
Right.
To make it seem more menacing was crazy. And mind you, Arnold wasn't the only jacked one in that movie. Friggin' Sonny Landau,
Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura's like big as could be.
Carl Weathers, and just like
right,
just all these heavyweights, and
Carl Weathers.
Yeah, Bill Dukes was really buff as well.
Yeah.
But and it was full of great one-liners. Absolutely
Yeah.
cool. Like one of my favorite to this day is when Arnold takes his machete and like throws it in the dude and sticks him to the pole and he goes, "Stick around."
Yeah.
It's just like, God,
Yeah.
it's so cheesy, but yeah, it was
Yeah.
amazing.
And the music, I mean, just perfect for it.
Alan
It's just
Silvestri
like,
all the way.
yeah, the score is just amazing. And yeah, and just the direction of it as well. It's the editing and everything. They just did it right,
Yep, absolutely. So Nolan saying Terminator versus Predator would be a great crossover. Well, check out Dark Horse Comics did do a crossover between Alien, Terminator, and Predator. It was not the greatest storyline, but if you've ever had fun with headcanon, make your own from it. I mean, they're all great lines. All these lines are done now through NECA. You can get Terminator, you can get Predator, you can get Alien
Right.
through them, and they look great. And I gotta say, they make for outstanding toy photography.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen things on IG that are amazing. Like somebody right now, and again, crossing over lines with current, they got several of I think they're actually not even NECA alien, but they're the Leonard aliens,
Mhm.
and they're doing a crossover with Dr. Mindbender. And
Wow.
yeah, that's
Wow.
intense. Like he's built them for Cobra and then he uses them to take over for Cobra.
That's cool.
But it makes sense too when you think about the fact that they've even called him a serpent in Alien versus Predator. Like, talking about these serpents,
Right.
in the past.
Right.
So just really, really awesome. Arnold has better quote movies than Sly. Love Sly, but I think the only line that stuck with me from him was Pussy from Tango and Cash. Okay, yeah, no, it's fair because he's making jokes about himself with that.
Sure.
And Last Action Hero, corny, but I always love that movie. I quote that movie all the time.
Great movie.
Yeah, well, because first off, you get great lines from Arnold himself
Yeah.
being like, the famous comedian Arnold Braunschweiger, when he comes up to her door because he messes up his own last name.
Right.
Or Rubber Baby Buggy Bumpers. Ha! I bet you didn't know I was going to say that. Because he's trying to prove he's not in a movie
Right.
anymore.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, like this was one of the craziest lines of all that had ever made it to toy shelves, in my opinion, considering both franchises are extremely violent.
Yeah.
Even, Terminator got toys, but by that time, Terminator 2 was more of that PG-13 friendly action movie than kind of like the Terminator slaughtering everybody in the first movie. Like he took on a
Right.
whole police station and wiped them out, just killed tons of people in that first movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
In the second movie, he really didn't kill a whole lot of people, because they were
just
turning
kneecaps.
around. Right, yeah. It's kneecaps, putting a cigar out in some dude. That was cool. It's PG-13 stuff.
Can't keep killing everybody.
Yeah, and my sister saying that Walmart had alien figures on clearance recently. Absolutely. Those are the Leonard figures.
So I got them all. So
Yeah.
I got all those three. They had a queen as well. I never saw it. It was supposed to have like sound, and but I didn't see that one. But
They had the queen on shelves for ages. And
Yeah.
it's hard to find that the purple queen, which came out first.
yeah, my son has that one actually.
And then they later released the red one,
Yep.
which is great because it goes again and ties back to the old Dark Horse comics where they had the Hive Wars, where there was this bluish pink or bluish purple hive and then this red hive of like synthetic or whatever and crashing over. That was great. And my sister saying she got the green one, and yeah, they are fantastic. And I thought it was really cool that they took the time to do that. But what I'm liking more about these Leonard ones is some of the crazy accessories that they're coming with.
Oh, yeah, I got them there.
Again, you showed off the face hugger. They have egg with the face hugger. You've got the dog that the runner came from.
Yep.
Well, at least in one version of the movie. In another version of the movie, the runner came from a bull. But, again, like there's an egg. And then the other set also comes with a face hugger in the tank.
I put
Wow.
2 of them in there because it was just hanging out. But yeah, it just opens up and
Right.
comes out.
Now,
Pretty.
see, again, I have those accessories for the NECA
That's
ones,
awesome.
but like Leonard was just like, you know what? People really like this, so we're gonna go ahead and put them in these.
Yeah.
And even the boxes that the Leonard ones came in, at least like some of the older original ones, they had like if you saved the box, you could actually take the in part of it out and
Mhm.
use that as like a really decent photo display background too.
Yeah, I think on all of my unboxings that I've done with these, I think the pictures for the post for the video, I have at least one of them with an insert. I put a lot of them in with like my wife's house plants and stuff, so they're hiding out um, as well. But yeah, I end up I think putting them in at least because the background looks great. Same with the Predator ones too. It came with like
Yeah,
a little background forest type thing. So, but yeah. But yeah, the egg pod actually glows in the dark itself. Like
that's
the
nice.
whole pod glows in the dark, along with all the facehuggers glow in the dark.
That's
But
crazy.
yeah, the pod
I'm sorry.
it's pretty bright as well.
Well, and that was one of the neat things with the original ones too, because the original ones, the alien came with face huggers, or at least the first three aliens did.
Right.
The gorilla alien came with a blue face hugger. The scorpion alien came with like a orangish brown face hugger, and the bull alien came with like a reddish one. And then if you got the deluxe queen alien, that came with like a chest burster
Hmm.
instead. And I always thought that was pretty cool because you could take the way they had the face huggers, their legs kind of wrapped around like this, and then you just took it, you slid it over the figure of your choice, which kind of messed up because again, here's your action feature. Put this over top of this guy. Now he's dead.
Yeah,
And you know
exactly.
what?
You
Hey,
just killed your guy.
there's going to be a new alien now. Somebody to hunt
Yeah.
your other toys.
Yeah.
Um, but I always thought that was really, really cool that they did that kind of like little extra stuff even back then. Um, and they came out with all kinds of crazy stuff too. And part of it was inspired by different things that we saw in media with Alien and Predator at the time.
Hmm.
Because it was like right around the time I think Predator 2 was coming out. They had that or had been out. There was the Alien versus Predator video game.
Yep.
And a lot of people remember more of the arcade version where you had like the two humans and then the two predators.
Hmm.
But for me, what I loved was the one that came out on Super Nintendo that was not the same one that came out in the arcade.
Right.
Used a lot of the same character sprites and stuff like
Yeah.
that, but you only got to pick a predator. And it was one predator. There wasn't a multitude of them. And, you had to go and you had to hunt and fight all these aliens. And then at the end, there would be some kind of boss.
Sure.
But like the Flying Queen first showed up in that game. And then they had this deluxe Flying Queen toy alien, which was absolutely crazy. It was so cool though. I really, really thought that was a fun toy. It had a fun flying feature. It had like the little thing on the back of its head that you could hold and then push this button on its back and its wings flapped. And then its legs, at least the one side, would spring shut to carry somebody off.
Nice.
Yeah. So that was a lot of fun to play with. And, that queen was always when the big bug catcher ship would come in and catch whatever alien the Marines had managed to capture, that Flying Queen would always come up out of nowhere and attack that thing and let that alien go kind of thing. So the adventure would continue.
Awesome.
And there was so much that they intended to do more with the line. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end.
Yeah.
And they ended up, sales slowed down a lot because the humans would just sit on the shelves. So earlier I'd mentioned that the only ones I never picked up for Connor were the European release characters, where we got 2 more Marines from the movie and yet another new original Marine called O'Malley. Now, mind you, they didn't do a whole lot to come up with those particular Marines, and I'll see if I can find them here real quick. But we got Hicks with the original lineup because everybody loved Hicks. And then there was no Hudson. And it was funny because even in the movie, Apone got, or no, it wasn't Apone, it was Gorman got Hicks and Hudson mixed up.
Right.
And those two kind of like became a pairing later on in the film. And that was actually not meant to happen.
Mhm.
The actor confused which one he was and called him the wrong name. And then they just went with it and kept it in the movie.
Yeah.
So let me see here if I can find Kenner Hudson. Of course, I click it and the first thing that comes up is Gargoyle. Like, I ain't mad about that. But at the same time, that's not what I was looking for.
Right.
Trying to see if I can find a really. Oh, you know what? Actually, this will be a good one because this has all of them here. So I'll open up this image. So I'm trying not to do too much share screen because it tends to actually really stress the connection here. Now, I did want to bring this up too, where Emerald Knight Photos likes the behind the scenes trick Arnold played on Jesse on Predator, making Jesse believe his arms were bigger than Arnold's.
Yeah.
So, All Music fan, another friend of mine from other chats coming in tonight, joining us, saying Commando is a great film. I agree.
Yep.
I used to get it confused a lot when I was younger too, because of how much Arnold looked like in that, and then again in Commando. I definitely used to get them confused, but it's good to have you here, All Music fan. Thank you for showing up tonight. And it's really great seeing how much, everybody is turning out. I really appreciate you guys being here. So I did get these guys up. Now in Europe, the Marines did not come with, or the toys didn't actually come with the mini comics in Europe. You'll see on the bottom here, O'Malley has this card.
Right.
They did release all of the figures with cards in Europe that had like stat stuff. And these were the 3 later produced ones where you had Hudson right here, and blow it up a little bit so you guys can see it better. This version of Hudson just reused the same arm that Apone had. And then it uses Hicks's body piece right here, Hicks's legs. So it's really just Hicks with a different head and Apone's arm.
Yeah.
But he had this crazy grenade launching, throwing thing.
Nice.
Some weird gun. This is Vasquez here, who is pretty much Ripley, but she used. Finally, they gave a pulse rifle out. It was more designed from the movie.
Yeah.
And again, this is just reusing mostly Ripley parts with a slightly different hair. And then, of course, she came with like this big, huge missile launching thing on the back. And then O'Malley here, he just came with this really long pokey thingy, kind of like grab and keep the alien away while he shot him.
Okay.
With his other thing, kind of protecting him. So in the right here, the thing that you see him have is actually an accessory from one of the other figures. I believe it may have been Drake that came with that originally. But again, it's using the Hudson or the Hicks buck.
Right.
Arm and everything like that. As a matter of fact, it may have been Hicks that came with that weapon that's snapped onto the arm. And a different head. And actually, this is all Apone. I did earlier say that was Hicks, but that's Apone because he's got like the muscle top looking thing without the sleeves in this. So this is all Apone except for the head. And this is all Hicks except for the head. And
it's just easier to swap out heads.
Yeah. And that's totally fine and reuse. And it made an entire other line of these Marines that added on. So you had a bigger squad because it was actually a really small squad when the toy line started. So this kind of fleshed out your team a little bit more and made it a lot more fun. And again, just getting crazy by adding Predator into the mix just a bit later in there.
Yeah,
All right.
that's insane.
Man, chat has gotten
Yeah.
away here. So we've got All Music Fan just saying, hey, more. And we've also got Black Phoenix in the chat as well. Everyone, get to the chopper. Do it now. And Wilhelm Toy and Hobby, glad to have you here, brother. Thank you for stopping in. Excellent to see you. And let's see here. I thought I seen somebody else jump on. No, it's just that this whole thing keeps blowing up and getting crazy.
Yeah.
The baby gate keep those alien babies falling down the stairs. What? Wait a minute.
Oh,
What the...
it's from that stretchy arm thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because it looks like a baby gate.
It does
just
too. It really does. Now that I look at it, yeah, that's what it was. They were just making the whole place, the hive safe, so that none of the babies fell.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, totally get it. Yeah, the queen really did look after her babies. That's why she got all mad at Ripley at that one point.
Exactly.
You
didn't relatch the gate.
You didn't relatch, and now all the babies are free. All the face huggers have gotten out, and you know what? They're expanding the hive. Let's go with it.
Yeah.
So, and another cool thing that they did with this line was, I've showed it off on a couple of toy things before, but I put it away. It's currently back here in these guys, and I didn't want to grab all those out. But there was the Alien Hive playset. That thing has to be one of the most twisted playsets I have ever seen in my life. Just because I took some really detailed shots of it and pictures at one point. I don't know if they're on my computer, and I'll try to make out the details the best I can, because they were not painted details.
Yeah.
But it was really, really gruesome. I think in one of my folders I have those pictures, so I'm going to try to find those. And there was a lot of other fun discontinued parts to this playset as well that just never actually got made too. Some of them did later come out in other toy lines, but they were going to do a mini evac fighter. Never made it to the light of day in the line. The line got canceled before it came out. However, many of you may remember it from the VR Troopers line as their little flying jet thing. It was actually displayed on box art and some of the later toys that came in this lineup.
Yeah.
It made it onto the back of the card, but never saw release. And that's a bad picture. You can't see it from there. Here we go. But that was always pretty cool. And now it's like, I actually want to find that and put it, like, I want to add it to the collection, look at those original paint apps and see if I can add it to Connor's collection as being the only one who had this toy for his collection. So this right here is the Queen Hive playset, which was an amazing playset. And I don't know how well it comes through. That's a Marine.
Oh, yeah.
There's the face right here.
Yep.
Wow.
And that's embedded in the playset here.
Wow.
Again, you can't see it so much from that one.
Man.
Right there, those are eggs. And this is the chest burster.
Oh, wow.
And it pops out
Wow.
and flies at you. But it comes right out of the egg.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. There it is. Again, the Queen Alien looks more like the alien or the Queen from the movies.
Yep.
And she's got a great play feature too with her, the way her head moves back and forth. And with that, that was our pet snakes at the time. So again, just another bad picture, but you can kind of see that detail a little bit more where the face is. And there were things like this all over this place, that there was like 3 different Marines that are sculpted into this play set.
Man.
Yeah, and it's pretty twisted. Yeah, there's another one right here. This is the face. It's got goggles right here. These are the eyes, and it's screaming.
Wow.
And it's like, yeah, this was a toy, folks. This is a toy. But that's just kind of how dark this thing was. on top of the egg sack or slime sack, this is a face hugger right here.
Okay.
You know, the legs coming
Yeah.
down and stuff like that. It was kind of like a giant face hugger was at the top of this. And it's great because you remove this and you pour slime down here. I bought this playset brand new, still factory sealed, in the actual plastic from the factory.
Wow.
And it came with the slime.
Wow.
Never open.
Was it still
And
good?
I threw that out because I was
guessing
too
it's probably
afraid
bad.
of opening it. And now that it was like more exposed, I was a little worried that the pressure might build up and it might pop open on its own. So I just kind of chucked it. I kind of regret it now, but
Yeah.
it was really fantastic that, you know, this was a toy line that definitely never should have seen a toy aisle for kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I
Well,
think
I
it
mean,
also
it's pretty
helped.
wicked.
I don't know
Elgin,
where.
what
I
do you-
mean, I don't know where else you would see like, you know, where you could have this produced outside of like adult collector type stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, for the size that they are and everything, I mean, it was, you know, kind of banking on that 5.5 inch, you know, fantasy, you know, market, I guess. But it'd be crazy to see like, you know, where and when we could, you know, see something like that come out, you know.
So Wilhelm Toy and Hobby is mentioning he never knew that they made a playset. They absolutely did. Like I said, at this point, because I bought these toys for my son so he could have some Alien and Predator to play with, and I went back and I bought everything. And this thing was a dream as a kid. I did finally manage to find one, and again, bought this years ago, and I got this. It was a pretty penny. You know,
Yeah.
back in my days of working PayPal, and I actually used to make bonuses, and I could afford things that were this kind of expensive, barely. But, you know, it was great to get this and actually have it and add it to somebody's collection. So now my son is the proud owner of probably one of the rarest play sets to have.
Yeah.
But I try to keep everything nice for him. Brick something in the house saying, "Evening, folks. Good to have you here, Brick. Excellent to see you tuning out tonight. Really, really great." So, and Pop Actor mentioning the black guy Arnie fought with in Commando in the motel
Yep.
was
Bill
also in
Duke.
the Predator.
Yep.
Bill Duke. Yep. They went from fighting each other to being good friends.
Yep. They made up.
Yep. My sister saying if money grew on trees, I would definitely go for the NECA line of Predators.
There's so many in that line.
They
There's
are.
like, and the nice thing is that they have Dutch, so you can get him not only like in his like normal clothes, but like mudded up and everything.
Mhm.
And it's like there's like several versions of Dutch in that.
Yeah, I've seen that
And
one.
Yeah.
it's crazy.
The only ones that they didn't produce in that one were the ones they couldn't get the likeness rights for the people.
Right.
But they do have most of the team,
Yeah.
which I thought was really, really cool.
Yeah.
And Brushstroke jumping in saying, "Howdy, y'all. What's going on, Brushstroke? Glad you could be here, man. Thank you. Thank you. You and Oz are responsible for the Mythic Legions I added this week, and it opened today." He's got to be talking about me and Brick. Well, if you haven't had enough yet, we're going to be talking more about that tomorrow on TKO with Ken. So, if you're a glutton for punishment, join us tomorrow. We'll be talking a lot more about it. Yeah, see, look, it's my fault. All my fault.
Yeah.
Pop Actor saying he had a few of the Rambo guns and knives as a kid. They looked realistic. They definitely, all the guns back then looked realistic.
Yeah.
Like that was just the way our toys were made. They weren't made to look like, they wanted them to look like what we actually saw in the representation of them in the movies.
Yep.
And some things weren't as toyetic as they could be.
Yeah.
Checking what this last picture was that I had from that lineup, and no, that's definitely not. It was a picture of a big box of meat that
I
I bought
always
for a
kind of
cookout.
thought that the old NES
The old NES, which
I always kind of thought the old NES, the Contra series, it always kind of seemed like Arnold and Sylvester Stallone, and kind of like a Rambo and Predator
oh yeah,
type alien mix all together. That's how I always viewed Contra. But, you know, just
Yeah.
throwing that out there.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely had that vibe to it, of just like heavy, arms,
Yep.
shooting your way through aliens and stuff. So they
So-
actually have at the Walmart, our local Walmart, they have the aliens arcade there still with the 2 machine guns that you can have,
nice.
like a
I love
2-player
that
version
game.
of it. Yeah, they still have it up and running there.
Yep.
In the little play zone area, whatever it's called.
So Brick mentioning that
That's cool.
he absolutely loves Aliens and Predators, more so the Aliens. So many great toy lines have come out of these properties. I actually love both Super 7 and NECAs. And the cheap ones from Walmart were great. The Lanard ones are
Yes.
fantastic. I think it's great that they're actually putting them back out there.
Yeah.
And Radical Toys was asking if Predator ever had a playset. The Predator did not. And they actually only did one vehicle outside of the marine vehicles that they had, and that was the Predator Blade ship, which was pretty awesome. Like it was a neat thing. I'll see if I can find that real quick. So one other thing that they did, and actually since I have these guys up, when they did finally release those foreign the UK releases. I said foreign. I should say the UK releases of those Marines in the US. They repackaged several of the original aliens and the Marines, but they did them with more movie accurate paint jobs. And since one was already up on the screen, I did want to bring that up. So this here, they sold you Hudson, and this was his release. And as a matter of fact, I think these might have even been KB Toy exclusives, because this was at the very end of the Alien line. It may have even been like an anniversary thing, if I remember correctly. But they did the Scorpion Alien from the very first wave, repainted in all black with like metallic, kind of like dry brushing look. And then you see they did the Hudson figure, but he's got more of the green fatigues all the way down versus the more brightly colors that you saw in the other packaging.
Yep.
They also released, and let me see if I can bring it up here. This one is Drake. And we'll go to that tab. Of course, he's all tiny. Got to blow him up. That was Drake, the smart gunner, and that is the alien arachnid. And let's see here if we can pull. I could probably just show you from here. Vasquez with the Night Cougar, and that was the regular Night Cougar, which was the same as the Panther alien.
Yep.
And that was one of the cool things that I liked about when NECA was doing these. They released the Cougar alien in the retro packaging style, and then did it with they did a variant where it was also the Night Cougar as well. Like it was a rare variant and like a one-off, which I thought was a really neat way of doing that. Here you can see some open box ones where, oh, actually this picture is a lot cooler. No, I'm not going to be able to enlarge that with any detail. Never mind. I was hoping that maybe I can make this one slightly larger enough, but we're going to lose all the detail if I do. Well, it's not too bad, I guess.
That's not awful.
No, that's
so this side here you have the original Hicks. This side here you have that repaint that came out with the later version. Same thing, you got Hudson, and there's O'Malley, and then here is Vasquez. Again, these were all later add-ons. You could see
Yeah.
Apone here with his little shiny mechanical
Yeah.
arm,
Yep.
and
Yep.
then you
Yep.
see Hudson, his shiny mechanical arm. It's the
Mhm.
same exact buck, but they just swapped the heads.
Yep.
So it's a completely different head. You notice they gave him the helmet, just like Hicks has. And again, here's Ripley down here. Very, very similar to the Vasquez toy.
Yep.
You know, there's the Drake right there. You know, and they gave him like kind of an awesome little
Yeah.
gun that was supposed to be the smart gun. Definitely did not look like it.
Yeah.
That smart gun was awesome in the movies.
Oh yeah.
And I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, it
That
was.
Alien Colonial Marines video game that had the smart gun in it, that thing was great. All right, so let me see here. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it was
see
a
real quick
beast.
if I can. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like that game. They said it was crap, but I thought it was glorious. I had fun playing it. It wasn't as good as it kind of had a flat ending to it. I didn't care for the ending, but I definitely enjoyed the rest of the game. But beating the Queen felt kind of cheap. I don't know if you guys played it.
No, I don't think I got a chance to play it.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, it's a
That's
lot
'cause I
of
call
fun.
it the mini. It was the mini drop ship.
Were you looking up the Predator one?
I'm actually looking up the mini dropship toy that never made its way out. However, somebody at least painted up one like it or made it. I found a picture of it with Vasquez sitting in it. Now, mind you, this toy never made it out. They never put it into production. Until they got onto the VR Troopers. So here it is real quick. I'll actually just share this whole screen. It's actually talking a little bit about it on hideousplastic.com is the source where this is coming from. Just so people know. Give a little credit to them. So that was supposed to be the mini dropship based off of, again, the dropship from the movie itself.
Yep.
And that was the designs for it. You know, there it is in like some paint. And actually, I'm thinking images courtesy of Derek Ho. You know, talking about it. But this is what they eventually put it in. It was originally made for the Kenner Aliens line. And since it never made it out, it was the VR Troopers Pursuit Jet. But here you can see a little bit more where other people have made this and kind of put it back into their own versions. And recently,
That's awesome.
Oh man, I can't think of who it was. I was watching a video where they were talking about the Firebat from G.I. Joe.
Oh,
and
yeah.
how the original concept design for Firebat is actually kind of what spawned this. And it's true. It's very, very similar to the Firebat in many ways. And probably, you know, that's where the design came from, where they reused this reused parts and created this from the Firebat. And I mean, you can see all the elements from right here. And again, even Sir Clifton was mentioning before about how they do the G.I. Joes kind of crossing over into this. And I mean, it's a legit thing. I could definitely put together a crack team of G.I. Joes and, you know, get some classifieds and have them go up against the NECA aliens. Or actually now the Leonard aliens are the right size too. So
yeah, I'm planning to do that eventually here. I have some classified Joes I haven't opened up yet. And those, once it gets warmer out here, it's kind of still pretty cold over here in Iowa. So I want to go out and there's like a kind of a wooded area by my house. I want to do like some, because I have I want to put together like a team from not only like Masterverse, but with the classified because they're roughly the same size. and then do like a photo shoot out there with like the predator like chasing after him or something like that. So like have it's a Lady J and then Tila and someone else, I think. But yeah, just kind of have them all out there like as this team, the mercenary team, and then they're getting stalked by the predator. So once it gets warm out, it's got to warm up a little bit,
Yeah.
and stuff. So
it got really warm this past week here, and now it's all like super cold again. Earlier, it was finally snowing a little bit, which were great. For me, I like snow, and it bugs me when I don't get snow in winter. Because, like, if it's going to be this cold, at least give me something pretty to look at for a while. I mean, a lot of people don't like snow, but I love it. Just coming through here back in the chat and just trying to highlight some more comments. Arcades, man, I was abandoned many a Saturday at an arcade. I used to love spending time at the arcades. I remember my mom was part of a bowling league, and they had like the TMNT arcade game. They had all the great arcade games, Mortal Kombat and stuff at the bowling alley. And I used to pretend I was sick on the days she had the bowling league. So I'd have to go with her to the bowling alley, and then I'd go play on the arcades while she was doing her bowling thing.
Yep.
I'll admit to it now. And even Pop Actor says when I skipped school, chances are I was at an arcade playing Super Punch Out. I'm glad to see we were all misfits in the same way. Oh, here we go. Up, down, down, left, right,
Yep.
BA.
Up, down, left, right, left.
Don't forget the
right.
last
start. Yep.
We all know.
Yep.
It's the code, baby.
Yep.
Cool packaging on those aliens figures. I agree, Brushstroke. We were talking about that earlier, where I still think this is some of the best looking art for boxes. Like, it's right up there in my mind with Masters of the Universe with how cool they were. Now, mind you, they never had like that splash page on the back. They had ID cards and file cards on the back,
Sure.
where they would talk more about the specific alien or the specific predator or marine. Which again, that was the same info they were putting on those mini cards in the UK versions. Watch out for those night cougars. Yeah, man, you gotta watch out for them night cougars. So Brushstroke saying, I need a Hudson figure. Game over, man. What are we gonna do now? Game over. And it's funny you mentioned this because yes, even though in my mind as a kid, Arnold was the connecting thread being in Predator and then Predator having the skull. Bill Paxton was actually the true connecting thread for all three franchises of Alien, Terminator, and Predator. Because he was Hudson in Aliens.
Yep.
He played, oh shoot, I can't think of his name in Predator 2.
Yeah, the cop.
Yeah,
the
he
detective.
was the hot shot.
Yeah.
Detective.
Yeah.
And then he played a punk in the first Terminator movie.
Yeah, very briefly.
And then later, Lance Henriksen became a connecting thread with AVP and Alien and Terminator.
Yep.
So another really great connecting thread amongst all three franchises. And I believe they also reused the action figures in the old Jurassic Park toys. A lot of the ones in Jurassic Park were reused, not so much from Aliens, or rather the alien figures being reused from those, but like some of those again were reused parts from other Kenner lines like Superpowers and stuff like that. Quite a few of them were done. Vorga from Cosmic Legion is going to be my non-human Vasquez. Okay, that's what's up. I get that. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying as far as a badass woman.
Yeah, and even the actress that played Vasquez could almost be all three. She's in 2. At least of them. She's in Terminator 2.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
She was. I forget about that, but yeah. Here we go. Payne's Toy Samples talking about the reuse of the Firebat from the Cobra Terradrome as well. Thank you, because I appreciate that. Is definitely what that is.
Yep.
Again, let's see. The drop ship was cool looking, but it really would have been great if it were bigger like the film, even just a little. The Leonard APC vehicle is great. Leonard did put out the APC, which was awesome. The only problem is I mean, it holds pretty good with the Leonard, again, those original figures that came out with it.
Yeah, the little space, like the little, like almost astronaut sized looking
Yeah.
ones. They were 3.75 inch.
Unfortunately, it does not go well with the Kenner ones. The Kenner guys are a little bit too big and pre-posed for that. So, talking about if this were a little bit bigger here and that mini drop ship, Brick, here was the really cool one that I had as a kid. And this thing was massive for this line. Like, this was the hugest toy that came flying out outside of that Queen playset. And that was this guy. And let me go ahead, open this up in a new tab so you can see. I remember getting this for Christmas and losing it because this thing was huge to a kid. And this was a toy that I still had in my collection in its entirety up until my house burned down. But that was the evac fighter that they did. It had the bubble on the back that you could actually catch her with. And again, you see all those elements from the mini dropship that I just showed. And this was
Wow.
the original paint job that was on that mini dropship as well. Like this steel, this light gray with these more steel gray portions.
Yep.
And again, you see that beautiful box art of that alien in the back there looking very,
Awesome.
techno organic. But yeah, I absolutely loved this thing as a kid. I used it
That's
for many
awesome.
different things. Batman flew around in it for a
Yeah,
while
that
as
would
his
have been
bat.
awesome.
Did it shoot out? Looks like missiles there on the side.
Yes, it did have some
Yeah.
missiles that shot out from the side, but they were more like dropped. You didn't actually shoot;
Okay.
they just kind of dropped.
Okay.
It does have a missile launcher. Actually, here, let me bring it back up. Let me share this again. There was one missile. The drop missiles on the side, it had a couple of spare missiles for the top part. So this part right up here, if you can see where my cursor is, that launched missiles.
Okay.
So it had a couple spares under the wings, but then they also dropped like bombs that you could do.
Yeah, I can kind of see it on the box art there where they would point where you're kind of pointing on the actual ship. But it looks like it's
right
shooting
here.
out there. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So again, this thing was awesome. It was really cool. And this is always what came in and saved the guys from the hive swarm completely taking them over.
Yeah.
It's just really, really fun to play with as a kid. It had all of the best elements.
Yep.
They mostly come out at night. Mostly. And saying, yes, Oz, this is where my arcades were. The bowling alley. That's right, man. Bowling alley was legit. My sister wanted to know, how did Cracktastic Plastic discover the toy pit?
The one in Indiana, in Indianapolis, Indiana. We went on tour one year and we were driving through Indianapolis. We were actually playing a show north in Kokomo, Indiana, where another great toy store is as well. But we were driving through Indianapolis and starting to head north, and we just stopped there. I think probably to eat, and the first time, and we're like, "Hey, are there any toy stores around?" And we found that one. This was at their old location, which is a lot small, which looked like a toy pit, and we went in there and we're like walking around, and I ended up finding some loose Motu figures there and picked them up for pretty cheap, like $5 or something like that. I think I got a Grizzlor and an Evelyn and a Man at Arms, and Man at Arms had his armor, but he was missing his weapon. The other ones didn't have weapons or anything, but I just picked those up and I was like, yeah, I'll get these, why not? And that kind of really kickstarted again collecting. That was on our, I don't remember if that was our second tour that we did, but yeah, because we do like 10-day tours and stuff through the Midwest, and yeah, we just happened to drive through there and end up going inside and checking it out and stuff. And we went back another time at their old location. Then this last tour that we did, we went to their new location that they moved to, which is a much bigger place. And that's why I ended up getting my 2000X Castle Grayskull the last time. I think it's I gotta turn it. Which way is I gotta turn? There it is.
And
Back
I
there.
do like that. I
Yeah.
like that you have it next to the Origins one too,
I got
because you
the
can
other one.
really see the scaling.
Yeah, I got all three there. I got the Vintage and Origins and 2000X all together. That's kind of my backdrop for all my videos and for all my photos and stuff is using the three Castle Grayskulls there. But yeah, we just ended up we were driving through it because we were playing in Kokomo. That was where our actual gig was at. And because Kokomo Toys is an insanely awesome toy store. If you haven't gone there, go there. they are just they have so one of the things with Kokomo Toys is that they don't sell anything that's broken. So everything is they get so many lots and stuff and they just like piece everything back together. So everything's like 100% complete and not broken. They don't sell broken toys basically. And
Wow.
if they have stuff behind glass and you just get somebody and they come out and they'll open up for you and then they just kind of stand there and wait for you and then they'll take it to the counter for you and stuff. It's an awesome store in this tiny little town of Kokomo, Indiana.
Well, that's great. Well, because my sister, she's just getting back into toy hunting.
Yeah.
She used to collect toys years ago. My sister's been a huge collector pretty much her whole life.
Yeah.
She's been a bit nerdy, even if she doesn't always admit it. She's had a unicorn collection since we were little kids. It was amazing.
Yeah.
And she was collecting toys for a while the first time she lived in Indiana. And then she moved back out here to Baltimore for a bit. And now that she's moved back and she's kind of reignited that passion with helping support me with the channel here and getting back into collecting toys. So she was like, I saw them go to a toy store that I know, like, and I thought that was great.
Yeah.
Because it shows that she's branching out more again amongst the toy community. She doesn't just watch me; she actually watches most of you other guys too,
Yeah.
which I think is fantastic. And Carol, thank you so much for
Thanks,
joining
Carol.
me down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think we did a walkthrough video. So our last tour, we ended up doing walkthrough videos of every store that we went to. We'd ask them first and be like, can we just do a quick, wouldn't be any sound or anything, but usually just a quick walkthrough. And then I'm usually like pointing at something as the screenshot is like of me like pointing at something. But yeah, we tried to do just a quick after we got done buying whatever we're buying. Just to give the toy store a shout out and then have something for our channel as well, something so you can just do a quick look. Maybe you're in the area, this is what they have, to kind of see all that stuff. So I think we did over the Toy Pit, and like I said, I think every store, there's a bunch of them. I think they're on our YouTube page for it's called Toy Tour 22. I think that's a playlist of all those you can go check out. So
Excellent.
a lot of them were from Ohio because we ended up going to like a ton in Ohio. We did a loop through left in Burlington, Iowa, and then went to Chicago, then Cleveland, and then kind of just, like swung around to like south to Cincinnati and up that way. So
that's fantastic. It's one thing I always really appreciate is getting the ability to travel and go to these different toy stores and see what everybody's got, how they've got things set up.
Yeah.
One of these days I'll have my own. One of these days.
Yeah. It varies from place to place, really. I mean, you'll see some places that are like super organized, and then some it's just like everywhere. It's just like, there's no rhyme or reason behind it,
None.
And then some are like little tiny hallways and some are like giant stores. So and the best part is just meeting the owners of it and trying to be able to kind of like talk prices down a little bit. Just that kind of that back and forth,
Getting that haggle
negotiation,
on.
exactly, doing the haggle, or like bundling stuff together and haggling down and stuff. It's like, I got this, and then bring the price down a little bit or something. It's just that's really a lot of the fun of going to the stores and stuff, is not only seeing stuff you've never seen, but like also maybe getting a good deal on it. So
Yeah, because and again, like I don't have many around me. They're all pretty far, so it's a little hard for me to get to them.
Yeah.
Random Treasures
Yeah.
is probably the closest here. I had talked to the owner about doing a sit down and doing a video, or I talked to one of the people that works there about talking to the owner. And I messaged the owner, but it was a little bit late, because I had a lot of stuff going on. I was just starting a new job and everything like that. So I didn't get the ability to really organize that within enough time. So when I finally did message, I got no response back. So I'm still going to try to repair that friendship, because I do really appreciate that there is a toy store that is local,
yeah,
and their prices are not unreasonable. I
Yeah.
mean, they're no worse than if I try to buy it online, except now I don't have to pay for shipping.
exactly.
So,
Yeah.
that's the best
Yeah.
part. I want to give a shout out here. We got Figuratively Speaking in the house saying, hello, Oz and panel. Hello, everyone in the chat. Finally home from work, and hope everybody's doing well. Glad to have you here, John.
Yep.
It's good to see you, brother.
Yep.
And hope everything went well from last night, man. I know you were supposed to go live last night and weren't a chance to. I'm looking forward to being able to watch your live when you do that. So, Emerald Knight saying, it's that James Cameron connection with some of the actors, plus Lance and Paxton in Near Dark, which was directed by Cameron's wife at the time, Catherine Bigelow.
Yep.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
man. I mean, there are connections amongst all of these movies in many ways that you want to look at it. Bill Paxton was in Titanic, directed by James Cameron. Absolutely.
Yes. And so was Vasquez. She played one of the lower deck people.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
no
right.
kidding. I didn't
Yeah.
know.
Yep.
I didn't realize. Holy
Yep.
cow.
I can't remember the actress's name. Sorry.
I know.
Yeah.
We just keep calling her Vasquez.
I know.
We're still giving her props because she was
No,
amazing.
it's okay.
Yeah, she was.
Ray Black
I think
saying,
she won a Saturn Award in Near Dark. I mean, that movie itself is awesome.
Ray Black also jumping back in saying, oh, still live, just on my way home. Well, glad you can still do there. Coming in and joining us again. I mean, these streams very rarely are under 2 hours. Very rarely are under 3 hours when I go live. And again, if we're taking too long and you guys got a jet, let me know. I don't really have a plan for the length. It's just whenever we gotta get tired of talking about this stuff, but it's really hard to, determine how long the conversation's going to run. So Brick saying, yes, I wish I got to see that ship in real life. Great looking toy. Brick, it was a fantastic toy, man. That thing was a lot of fun no matter what toy line I was playing with and it got used in.
Yeah.
And still in talking there, and a music fan saying, sorry, your house burned down. It was a big bummer when it happened. Like everything gets wiped out. Nothing survives. Whatever the fire doesn't melt, the smoke doesn't destroy, the water ruins from the fire hoses.
Right.
And it's pretty much almost a total loss. And you do lose just about everything. But that's the thing about it at the end. They're all just things. You can replace those.
Yeah.
You've got the memories of the house that, the memories you made in the house, they stay with you. And the house itself can even be rebuilt. Everybody made it out alive except for my 3 pet turtles. And that's sad. But, it is what it is.
Yep.
So Corey jumping in, talking about James Cameron filmed 9 Inch Nails concert in 3D. And it's so true. Absolutely did. This was a huge project.
Really?
Completely ready to go. Filmed it all. Trent was having this, him and James Cameron working together artistically to do this project. And then the music label was all like, yeah, no. But we've already got it all filmed and everything's ready to go. And the music label's just like, yeah, not going to happen. Crappy music labels.
Yeah.
Always remember Bill Paxton as Chet in Weird Science. Yeah.
Oh.
If you remember him as Chet in Weird Science, then you remember what happened to Chet in Weird Science.
Yep.
Yeah, it was great.
That's a great movie. Great movie.
Yeah.
My sister giving the shout out
Yeah,
to Kokomo Toys.
exactly.
She knows. She knows because she's in Indiana.
Yeah.
And she says that's cool that you toured in Indiana. You know, it's funny, like just this past week, I'm catching a bit of my anxiety on. They were talking about going on tour, and Jay talking about going on tour in the chat that week. I've wanted to do a Ozstradamus Toyz live tour. Actually, it was going to start as a Toy Frenzy tour, really. But I'd love to just travel across the country, hit different toy stores, film it all, and meet up with different toy tubers along the way and do different toy hunts with the other toy tubers. Like when I'm in their area, like where do you guys go for toy hunting in your area? What do you do? And try to see what we could do. I think it'd be a lot of fun and be really cool to do. And I don't know, some dream project that maybe we can eventually all work together and network and do.
Yeah.
2000X Castle Grayskull is the shiz. Gotta agree, it was really cool.
And there's three versions of it as well, which is insane. They did the one I have is the version 1, where everything so each of the figures on the bottom had like a microchip, so that when you approached Castle Grayskull, the microchip would interact with the castle itself, and then the gate would open, and then the sword room would open as well. So they did all these things, and it activates sound and lights and everything. So then the next version, they ended up getting rid of all of that because for whatever reason they wanted. So now everything would be activated. Yeah, and then everything would be activated now just with like normal. You can just open everything up. I think the third one was a snake style version 1, like because they did a bunch of the snake men versions of everything. One of the downfalls of 2000X was the variation overkill of everything, just tons of variations within the line only lasted 3 years. It's like, and you have 6, 7 variations of the same figure. It's like, well, might be a little overkill there.
I've got the Gen 1 2000X2 Castle Grayskull.
In my mind, that was the best version of it because of the fact that I liked the interactivity with the toys and with the chips too, because when the bad guys approached it with the chips, the features didn't go.
Right.
It was just with the good guys. And that was a great thing because it was like, no, you're not worthy of the power. That was fun. So Cobweb jumping in here, with the Kokomo, did you get there fast and then take it slow?
Yeah. Yeah.
Beach Boys wanted up.
Yeah. I don't know how many times we've heard that song when we were like with our other bandmates, with other podcasts that we do. They would, because we were going to that place, but we ended up going up to Kokomo. We had we stopped in Indianapolis and ate at it's like called Bub's. It's a Bub's burger and like ice cream, and they have like a burger challenge that you can do there. So like all 4 of us, when we're on tour with the band and stuff, we're like, oh, we should just do this burger challenge, all 4 of us. So we did like the one, it's like you can do like different sizes. But we just did like the one that's like this giant like serving plate of a burger. It's like, and we all finished it and got to have our picture. It's at the restaurant as well. So, but like all 4 of us holding our clean plates of it.
Yeah. One of the greatest things that I think about when you guys came on Toy Frenzy was just talking and hearing about how you guys got together and getting together at Cracktastic Plastic and, doing this, and how you guys used to travel around on tour for music, collecting toys.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's the dream right there. You're living, I don't care what people say about rock star life, like being, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. You're like, yeah, man, we're going to, go play rock and we're going to freaking go collect toys. That's what I'm talking about there.
Yeah. I mean, we'd have time to like drive to the show ahead of time anyway. So it's like, well, how many stores are open? What's in the area? And, and then we'd, play the show at night and then wake up next morning, drive to the next venue, and they're like, well, what's in the area here, how many you can hit and stuff. But yeah, going through Ohio is like crazy with like toy stores. Like the whole state is insanely full. And so like we were going down from Cleveland area and swinging that we played another show at a bowling alley and in another town, and we're coming back down, crossing like southwest, and hit like 6 toy stores in one shot before we had to go to, because we were going to Columbus to play a show. So it's like how many can we hit in one day? Because I think the last tour we hit like maybe 5. I'm like, we can beat that record. We can do it. So we ended up hitting like 6 toy stores, 6 toy stores in one before. I was like, I think we have enough time. Okay, let's go. Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy. It's just and then we can talk about toys in the van as we're like driving the next place and stuff. It's a lot of music and toy talk basically, and then we even did some remote podcast episodes when we stayed with people, and did in Chicago and then in Cincinnati, and I guess it was Kentucky because he lived across the border, and then in Burlington as well. So we ended up doing actual episodes as well, and stuff. And this is like stuff we just got fresh off the road, and then we can talk about as well on our Thrill of the Hunt stuff. So yeah, it's just it was good. It was a really good tour. I mean, it was just like our bass player had to take a loan out because he ran out of money.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He's a Transformer guy, and he's just like my
That explains it right there, man. Transformers ain't cheap.
Man, yeah.
Yeah.
No
That'll
matter
get you.
what decade.
Yeah. So
it's
it was
never cheap.
yeah, it was a good tour. It was just the van was definitely full of toys with stuff by the end of it. So
We gotta start selling our instruments. We gotta make room for more toys.
yeah.
Brostroke making the mention here that this chat is my Kokomo, the place I go to get away from it all. Well, thank you for that, Brostroke. I appreciate it. And I hope everybody feels that way about the chats, and jumping on the live streams. Toy Frenzy, we try to keep it a bit more structured. Try to keep it a bit more structured. But when it comes to the Ozstradamus Toyz Live, there's always this underlying topic that we never seem to stick to. And Pop Actor brings it up quite well, saying, how did this chat went from Alien versus Predator to Brian Wilson? I'm going to blow this up here for you so everybody can see.
I'm there on a squad at the bottom there, but that's after we finished our burgers at Bub's. Yeah. There's Jason there off to the right, and
nice.
And my brother-in-law Corey, and then his brother Josh there behind the sign.
Well,
Jason's.
And I love that you have that dated too for 4/5/19, because it's before the dark times, before the COVID.
Yeah, we were planning to do a tour in 2020. We had just played a show in January in Des Moines, and we were getting ready to do a tour, because we usually do a spring tour. We're not doing one this year, unfortunately, but we had some shows lined up, and it's like you usually start around January, so to start setting up stuff to do a I think maybe we were talking summer that year in 2020, and then March, like everything shut down. Like I actually I had played an Irish gig on the 16th, no, on the 14th or something. It was like a few days before, and they were like, Iowa was like shutting everything down like that next Sunday. It was like a Saturday show, and then Sunday, like by Monday, everything was like shut down. Because I did another podcast on Sunday. I remember that, because it must have been the 15th, because I did one. My birthday's on the 16th, so I did a podcast with some friends. Which is no longer a podcast, unfortunately, but it's like a music related one.
Right.
But we recorded one on my birthday, and then like Monday it was like everything was done.
Right.
Especially for musicians. It really took
Yeah.
the wind out of the sails for everybody.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, it shut
Yeah, sure.
everything down.
Yeah.
So
and even doing this last tour that we did last year, it was tough. Like finding venues was tough, because not a lot of places were even wanting to do anything, and just like finding bands as well. They're like, I got a lot of messages back like, oh, we're no longer a band. We broke up, and all this stuff. And it's just like,
Dang.
yeah, it was tough. I sent, I don't know. I have like all my list of stuff of like bands that I send messages to in each town, and it was like 50 to 60. I tried to, local bands to try to find somebody, and it was just like nobody wanted to do anything really. But we got it through. We did it. We were able to do it last year, and we got all bands booked and everything, and it turned out good. So it was just, it's always that lead up to it. That's always, are we going to have anybody? Are the band's going to show up? Or is anybody even going to show up as well? Because it's like they're not like Friday, Saturday shows. We have to do, it starts on Friday, but then you got to do a Sunday show, you got to do a Monday show, you got to do a Tuesday show, and those are tough. Those Monday, Tuesday shows.
Well, yeah, because everybody just went back to work.
Trying to get people to go out to a bar on a Monday, Tuesday night to watch live music is tough. It is very tough. But
yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah. Well, once you get to Thursday, it's all right. Thursday, Friday night shows are always good. Saturday night, but yeah, those weekday shows.
Between.
Yeah. Oh, there's like there. I see Jason's in the chat. Says he misses tour. Yep. Yep. So do I. There he is.
Jason, thank you for being here tonight, brother. It's good to see you again.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, it's kind of one of those things where we've gone off topic enough. If anybody's interested and wants to jump in and talk about anything with us, send me a message on IG. I'll shoot you the link. Why not? We'll bring more people in if you feel like it.
Yeah.
So I had figuratively speaking's comment lined up earlier because he's talking about he's going to go live a little bit later tonight since he missed out doing his live last night. And absolutely, John. Definitely when you're going to go live, let us all know. And, if I'm shutting down, we'll all migrate over to your channel and check out what you got going on. Because, you're always putting out some great content. So he's still, gearing up and building the channel and building the brand, but we're here to support you, brother. Cause we're all in this one toy family.
Yep.
So there it is. He was saying he'll be going live. And like I said, I love pop actors. Like, how do we go from Alien versus Predator to Brian Wilson? I agree. Well, hey, he had a monster that hung around and did terrible things. Murdered a whole bunch of people. Well, no, he didn't. I'm sorry, he didn't specifically. But other people were influenced by him to go do it. If you guys don't know who I'm talking about, what rock you all been living under? So. My sister's saying, actually, Kokomo, Indiana can get a little loud considering there's a dirt racetrack there. Yep, my sister definitely checks out the races. She has a lot of fun with those. And Brushstroke mentioning that, we've gone beyond just the toys and talking about the movies, the connections with the actors, movies, and directors as well is definitely great. And Payne's Toy Samples, this is probably long gone now. He's having a good evening, and he's calling it a night. So definitely glad you were here, Payne's. Thank you. Live long and prosper, Payne's Toy Samples. Oh, Ray saying that we now have her full attention. Absolutely great. Glad to know that you're able to watch us and enjoy. I hope you're. Oh, here we go. Figuratively speaking, with the name Jeanette Goldstein is the name.
Yes.
Or Goldstein. Actress who played Vasquez. Thank you.
Yeah.
My sister mentioning that the unicorn collection has doubled since the house fire cleared it out.
I did see there's some Dollar Tree unicorns out there right now. There's like a white and like a purple one. I thought about picking one up and like repaint it for like Swiftwind so I can use it for my Origins She-Ra.
I was just having a talk with my buddy's customs about unicorns and making them into Swiftwind customs. So
yeah.
Corey mentioning that this one is on us to watch the fan completed concert for free, talking about the 9 Inch Nails James Cameron project that I was just mentioning earlier.
Right.
I'm not sure you can watch it in 3D, but the picture quality is amazing. So You guys remember that at this one is on us to watch the fan completed concert tour because it's so worth it. Let me see here. Trying to go through everybody. Welcome and Ray back. As we do indeed see teased a snake version of the Snake Mountain on the back of Camo Khan's artwork. That's right, the precursor to the Snake Mountain we're used to on Camo Khan's artwork. You see it back in its heyday when King Hiss was in charge, which was really awesome. Let me see, scrolling back down here a little bit. Brushstroke saying, off topic, but Ozstradamus, have you seen or heard the Ozzy and Lemmy version of Hellraiser? The video is epic. Yes, I have, because part of the reason of my name is because I love Ozzy. And as we all know, Lemmy is God.
Yep.
Let me see. Scrolling back down here. I love all the in talking with everybody's getting involved. Since this started with Aliens and Predator, anyone have a suggestion on something cool to watch? No cartoons tonight, please. I mean, you could always watch the Alien versus Predator, watch both of those movies back to back.
I mean, you might have to change like the tone color of the second one with Requiem so you can actually see something.
I was going to say, you got to brighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, change the brightness so you can actually see what's going on.
I still prefer the second one over the first one because the first one for me, although it had like the story kind of down, like the story for that was really good.
Yeah.
But you took two rated R franchises and made a PG-13 movie out of it.
Yeah, that's the only disappointing thing is that it's PG-13.
Right. And then the next one, they went for the full rated R, but they made it so dark. I don't know why they gave it a rated R. You couldn't really see what was going on.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I mean, some of the scenes were pretty twisted.
Well, yeah, when the acid like hits his face and like burns the guy's face and like it's over top him, that was cool.
Well, there's that, and then there's the freaking I don't even want to talk about it because it still creeps me out being a dad. But when the pred alien is going through the maternity ward.
Oh yeah.
And you know, like is impregnating pregnant women with multiple.
Yeah, it's just like bloop, 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 bloop.
Yeah.
That
part had me so freaked out.
Yeah.
So I'm still going through here. So Black Phoenix was asking, is there a real Kokomo? I'm gonna just start naming my chat Kokomo from what everybody talking about.
There is a real
now
Kokomo.
We've changed. Pop Actor says I want a Komodo. Hey, why not? Went from Kokomo to Komodo. Don't get those two places mixed up because you're gonna have some bad news if you show up to Komodo Island.
Where's all the toys at?
Hey, where's all these toys? Why is that? Oh God, I'm gonna die. That's not a toy. All music fans saying Chicago, my kind of town.
Tons of toy stores in Chicago. There's so many.
Yeah,
like within the suburbs. It's insane.
So Corey bringing up, was Brian Wilson the one that Charles Manson lived with? Yeah, I think it was Brian Wilson, right? Yeah. But anyway, that was the reference I was making. So again, scrolling down here. Oh, wait. Brushstroke mentioning for Corey. Check out Possession with Sam Neill from 1982. Freaked me out. Other people. Here we got also making Dennis Wilson. Both never lived at the Tate House. Dennis Wilson. Thank you. See, I thought it was Brian Wilson, but you're right. Dennis Wilson. And Skelly agreeing with Brushstroke there, by the way. It was great. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Especially with, again, updating my info because, again, I got that confused quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I don't think having a Charlie as a roommate is a good idea. Yeah, you know what? At the time, he didn't know any better. The guy was just a little off his rocker, but who wasn't with all the drugs? Hooray for live music returning. Absolutely. Corey and I have hit quite a few concerts together. We used to go to live recording sessions on a radio station out here. They used to do at the Sheffield Institute. And we've seen quite a few really cool bands there.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you guys are a fan of Dirty Heads, but those guys are awesome. If you don't, go check out the Dirty Heads.
Yeah.
And my buddy's custom saying, when do any of these streams not go off the rails? Kind of our calling card. And it's to be expected. We'll see if it's to be expected, then it's not really going off the rails too much,
Right.
is it?
It's just following the pattern.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if you haven't seen Prey, go out and see Prey. I mean, that's
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, the
you know,
Hulu
yeah.
one. My God, that
I mean,
thing. Best
hopefully,
one since the first.
hopefully they're going to do a sequel. You know, because there's a kind of at the end they kind of tease something with the at the end there. So hopefully they'll do something continuing on with that.
I really hope they do.
I would still love to see, you know, something in feudal Japan, and just having, you know, just something new similar to it, you know, on the line of like Dark Horse Comics or something like that, where it's, you know, I know it's been talked about, I think, on other places too, of like, in the feudal Japan where there's, you know, the young blooded hunters and they're coming there, and then there's like a samurai that's also teaching his son.
Mhm.
And then there's like a father-son predator type situation, and then they're just like, you know, that type of thing. I think would be, and to make it a period film once again, just like Prey, make it a strictly a period film, and have it set in that feudal Japan would be awesome. Because you have both codes of honor, you know, you have the predator code, and then you have the samurai code, and you have all the stuff like intertwining. I think it would be great.
Definitely think it would be. Like, honestly, that, you know, in Predators, the Yakuza going up against the Falconeer was
Yes.
absolutely
Yes.
badass.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, just updating a couple people here who were messaging me off the beaten path here. So,
Speaking of that, I need to do. I have Ninjor from Origins. I need to do that with like Falconer that I have here. So maybe that'll be another Predator Puns Day post.
if you can find the Bray Wyatt figure from Superstars, pop the arms off him and pop him on Ninjor, so he's like a straight up Yakuza Ninjor.
Oh
Because now he's got the
tats,
tattoos
yep.
going down the arms.
Yeah.
I totally did
wow.
that for my.
Yeah.
That's like my
Yep.
little custom. I freaking love that.
That would
you
be
know, because it
pretty
looks
sick
just
looking.
so right.
Yeah.
So let's see, rolling down here, and oh, Jason saying hey to Skelly, you know, while they're both in the chat. So good. Again, yeah, if anybody wants to jump in, you can go ahead and message me, and we're just gonna have fun chilling out, and you know, it's like the after party. We talked about the topic for like an hour and a half. Now it's the after party where we're just gonna chill and talk about anything else. So wait a minute here, real quick, because if we're gonna go off the rails and talk about other topics and do that kind of thing, All Music Fan did have a question about Wave 15 from Origins here. And has it really gotten up to 15 yet, or is it just 14?
I thought it was 14 was the last one that just came out that they just announced.
Wave 15 will be hit.
Is that the one with Slam, right?
What was Wave 15 for Masters of the Universe Origins? I believe that, again, the latest wave that's been announced is Slamurai, King Randor 2000X, the Snake Tila,
Snake Horde Trooper,
and Snake
Yeah.
Horde Trooper. That's right. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
latest
Snake
wave that they've.
I thought that was Wave 14 though, but I could be wrong.
I can't keep up anymore because like every time I turn around, they're throwing out a whole new freaking wave at us, and it's just like, look, I don't know if you guys were so pissed off at Scott for saying the shit was gonna die, but calm the fuck down and slow your roll. We'll keep buying it. Just get it to us. We want it.
Yeah, I know.
We want this product.
To me, we've got too many leaks and not enough figures to show for it.
I'm still trying to get Wave 10. Fortunately, when I was at Random Treasures, I did find most of Wave 10 there. You know, I've got no money right now to go get that kind of stuff, but I did see it there, so I know where I can go to get it. However, they didn't have any of the Wave 11 or late. They did have a bit of Wave 12 though, because you know, hey, we're off topic now. We're not doing the Alien and the Predators anymore. Show it off. So my boy Ziggy finally got me King Hiss. He
I
hooked
still
me
need to
up.
get. I still need to get that.
Snake Armor He-Man.
Yep.
Which is great. And again, and just go ahead here and show it off. New Eternia Stratos as well. Huge. It was great. Again, if it wasn't for most of my friends, I wouldn't have most of the stuff I have.
Yeah.
So getting back into the chat here, Buddy's Customs was saying, yeah, Prey was amazing. I agree.
It was. It was great. It was just a fantastic film.
Mm-hmm. And Brushstroke saying, I want a kimono. We went from Kokomo to Komodo to I want a kimono. Strobo was definitely teased on the back art from was it the Snake Horde Trooper, I believe?
I
Was
think
the back
so.
box? Yeah. Which is great. I'm glad he's getting some love. Strobo. Yep. Any classic Arnie films are always good. Saw Commando and Running Man yesterday. Absolutely, yep. Man. He was my hero of the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And I always wanted him to play He-Man. But, hey.
Yeah.
Bro, he didn't want Manson to live there. He came to a party and never left, though. Hey, that sounds like somebody else I've known before. Showed up, just started living there. Shameless plug. If you haven't seen Evelyn and the Beastman, check them out. Evelyn and the Beastmen. Hey, absolutely. I shameless plug myself all the time, everywhere. So by all means, if you're going to plug yourself, do it on this channel. I was going to say Ninja versus Samurai versus Predators. I agree. I absolutely agree.
Do it.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Still scrolling down and working on it. Predators versus Ninja would be cool. I agree. So, it's funny. We started this chat off talking about Kenner, Alien versus Predator, and we moved right with Predators and He-Man and Ninjas and Samurai.
Yeah.
That character is amazing. I'm not sure which one. Oh, Modulok coming. Okay, there it is. Yeah, Modulok is being teased quite heavily right now, which is good. I agree.
This is the last of the horde that needs to be released. I mean,
as far as what came out for the main He-Man line, yeah. I mean, aside from that, Multibot would be the next horde.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we still get Dragstore too, because he was always pretty cool with the horde.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cobwebs mentioning the fact he's got the newer Origins Castle Grayskull with the updated floors, so much better. Definitely. I agree. Definitely. I agree. But I did notice one thing though, because as mine has been out and open for a while, they do start to sag in the middle a little when you've got a lot of figures standing on them.
Yeah, anyway. I don't have any in mine. Mine's closed.
Yeah. Gravity and weight are taking the effect.
Yeah.
Ray Black jumping in saying, hi, Sir Clifton and Elgin. Absolutely. Speaking Moistly has joined the chat saying, can't keep up with the Origins waves. I agree. It's tough.
It's tough.
And where are all the new waves? Hey, man, go check the ocean if you want waves.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, that's really the most reliable place for them. It looks like they are bringing out all of them before April. Well, then there might be some truth. I don't buy into it. I'm just going to come out and actually say it. I do feel like there was a lot of talk about with Walmart pulling it. Myself and Sir Clifton have also spoken to the toy department managers at our Walmarts. They have completely removed the He-Man sections. I don't think...
Same here.
Okay. And so that's the thing. They've removed the sections. Probably end caps and displays that we might see in the future if it's going to be in store. However, the guys at Toy Habits, Michael and Toy Sorceress, they are finding listings still at Walmart.com for these. Walmart may not carry them in store anymore. They may just have it switched to an all online model, which, let's face it, that's how most of us have had to go to get this anyway, because we can't get the distribution right in stores. And that's not on that's not Mattel's fault. That is completely on Walmart and Target's fault, not getting these out there and managed.
Yep.
The only thing that would help is if Mattel reps Again, I know they used to have that job. I don't know how their breakdown of the business is now, if they actually have reps that come out to the store to make sure products displayed properly or whatever anymore. It may have been something that went away with COVID, but if they still have that position and those people were actually doing their jobs, then maybe we would have something. But again, I've got no idea how they're running things these days because I don't work in retail anymore and haven't for a little while. But I do know that Walmart's distribution and Target's distribution has nothing to do with Mattel.
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to our local Walmart, and it's not on their planogram anymore. Like the last one that came out, everything was moved to the clearance shelf area, which is not even clearance. It's still the same price. It's just because they don't have room for it in the.
No, it's totally clearance. It's got the sticker on it
with the exact
same price.
The exact same price, yeah. But yeah, he said, it's not listed on any planograms that they had out for this new reset. So it's like, and that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, I just think that's where people have really, because like us three talking here and something has literally affected us, he's got some merit to what he said, but it is to walking in, going into the stores to pick up eggs. That's probably coming to a halt at some places. Maybe the cities are going to have it, but you're looking, when I go to a couple here, but they're still holding the same things. There's absolutely nothing new, and there's nothing clearance. It's the same brand new price. Nothing's rolled back. Nothing. So, what the district manager and the store manager had told me was that if some of the stores that are selling it, if they don't move it out, then eventually, they're probably going to be doing the same thing. So, I don't know, just.
Right. Absolutely. I know a lot of what they do on the retail side of things is they will redistribute product to stores that if store's not selling it, they don't want to keep the product on that shelf at that store just sitting there. They're going to redistribute it to another store. And I have seen that before. One of the Walmarts by me actually got in additional waves of Becky Lynch that were actually already marked down to clearance price. Right. Which, that's a thing. So, it's total possibility that can happen. They might redistribute these to other ones and then go from there. And bear with me for just a moment, folks.
Yeah. Just a minute, let me.
So, sorry for the dead air, folks. I know that can kill a show, but I'm kind of doing some controlling on the fly here. Bear with me for.
I'd say goodnight to my son. He was going to bed.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I totally understand. It's a bedtime for quite a few folks. So, Capo was asking if I have the newer floors. I didn't realize, like, when he said newer floors earlier, that I was thinking like the original floors from original Castle Grayskull. And apparently what he's meaning is that they've actually got newer floors on the new Castle Grayskull that I guess are sturdier. I was not aware. So if that's a thing, I've definitely got one of the original from Origins. And Thanos Copter saying it's unfortunate that Walmart's online is trash. 100% agree. 100%.
It's not great. Although I did get that the Snake Mountain wrestling playset on the Walmart line. It was like clearanced off.
You're in.
It was clearanced off there, and I was able to get it. And that was like the only time I ever was able to see that.
We are now joined by the famous or infamous My Buddy's Customs.
What's up?
What's going on, man?
Hey there, buddy.
Kind of adjusted my light here. Wow,
Yeah, it's all
great.
good. Right? Yeah. We all live like trolls all day long in caves.
Yeah.
And then, like, we shine these bright lights on our faces and it's all like, bright light. Good to have you here tonight, bud. Thank you. I know you're going to try to work him in the chat, but I'm not sure that you are able to highlight the
Yeah, I don't
comment.
think I can.
That's okay. It's something I'll be able to work out later. So I'll try to keep up with this here and highlight comments, and we'll definitely get you that. But thank you for joining us tonight as we continue to talk about nonsense and toys, because that's what we do here on Ozstradamus Toyz Live. We talk about nonsense and toys.
It's good to turn off my cam just for a quick sec here.
Yep.
Yeah, of course, man.
While I get set up on my thing here.
Masterversal's mentioning the fact that we remember Mossman was set to be a Walmart exclusive, and then we see him listed on Lulu Blue, which is a French website, but not on active sale as yet, along with New Adventures, Masterverse Skeletor, and CGI Mossman. So yeah, I mean, they're popping up on other websites, and Mossman was definitely supposed to be a Walmart exclusive.
Yep, I remember that.
They may have lost that exclusivity, maybe in a way, or said they weren't interested anymore. I'm not sure, but that's a big problem for Mattel, because guess what? They've got a product. They've got production lines and dates all lined up for these things.
Right.
So this product is coming. Which means somebody's got to pick up the slacks. It's got to go somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we've got Pop Actor saying, I didn't need Scott to tell me Walmart was removing them. I have noticed that in 2021, when Wave 7 remains there till this day, I'm worried that Big Bad Toy Store won't order new waves. I mean, I don't know. They always seem sold out, so I wouldn't understand why they wouldn't. These are signs toys are going to go away in retail in the future. By the time my daughter is an adult, retail may very well not be a thing. You think they're on their devices now, wait till they grow up. I agree. Amazon has already showed us just exactly what a full online retailer can do. Yeah. And I don't know about where you guys are. I'm in Baltimore, where we have Amazon distribution centers here. I can order something now and have it on my doorstep by 8 a.m.
Wow.
Oh, I
pay a little bit extra for that, but so yeah, I mean, shopping at retail might just not be a thing anymore.
Not that level.
Yeah, the stores we have here, there's nothing ever, anything new. Hasn't really been the case for a couple years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ray Black just giving you a shout out, my buddy's custom, that she had to watch the beginning of Toy Frenzy and had to listen from her low key shout out. Let's be real, this was Ray's shout out. It was the best.
Yeah.
It was funny. If you guys haven't been watching, this is the genius behind all of those long-winded intros that we do on Toy Frenzy every week now. It's become a regular portion of the show. And I gotta say, it just adds so much to it with doing those. And I have fun reading them. And the funny part is I really like it to be a surprise. But the problem with that is, like, no matter how into it I am and getting and reading and doing inflections and stuff with my voice, he always manages to say something that brings me right out of it and makes me laugh my ass off. But that's okay, because I love that genuine reaction, and I know Bud likes to get to see how much he actually makes me laugh when it happens in the moment.
And he gets Bobby blush too.
Oh god, yeah. Bobby starts blushing the moment his name comes up.
Yeah.
It is pretty sad when your 6-year-old can work a tablet better than you can.
Yeah.
Talking more on how that goes, or an iPhone. But you know, it's the same thing. Like, honestly, like, we were computer wizards to our parents when they were trying to figure out how to work the computers back in the 90s. Like, mind you, everybody was still kind of new about it, but we had at least some experience if your school had a computer lab of using a mouse and everything like that. Our parents had no idea what that was. And now our kids are showing us up, because one of the first things we all tend to do is, you know, guess what? It's really easy to hand a kid a phone and let them play around with it. You know, and they figure this stuff out before we do. So, But the truth is, though, there's a lot of people out there that do limit the kids' screen time, which I think is important. I definitely, when Connor's here, he'll watch like some Dragon Ball Z on the computer or something like that, or he might watch a little something on his tablet. But we make sure to make time for some, playing with the toys and everything like that, which he absolutely loves, getting down on the ground and playing with Dad. As well as we also try to make time to play like a game or something like that. He got Mousetrap for Christmas this year. He's really been enjoying that, even though I get annoyed that stupid trap falls every time. And then I got to pick it up again and reset the trap, even if it hasn't been set.
I haven't played that game in years.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's so
Classic.
much fun, and he really enjoys
Yeah,
it.
it is.
And he's also become a really big fan of the Masters of the Universe Uno cards, because that Castle Grayskull card they added to
I have
it.
that set. It's awesome.
Oh my gosh, dude, I love pulling out the power of Grayskull, because you got it, like, it's in the rules. You have to say, I have the power.
Yep.
And drop it. So I get into it. Meanwhile, my aunt and other people just look at me. Really
Okay, maybe
annoyed.
I have to grab it now.
Yeah, you do. They've added a Castle Grayskull card.
I think it was at FYE stores. I think they had it there at one time.
You get it online real easy too. If you don't have an FYE by you, because I know I don't. You can definitely go
online. You can find it. Yeah.
Yep. So Masterversal Toy Hunter said, I mean, look at the economics of the past, where you get everything and turning it in stores. Nowadays, the economics are, well, you would think in modern times that it would have got better. Well, it's gotten streamlined in some ways.
Yeah.
Again, there's such a shift to an online market that there doesn't need to be so much going in. Cobweb's mentioning that he can send me pics of the before and after floors. Maybe I can find your Instagram. Yeah, definitely. Ozstradamus Toyz on IG. You can definitely find me on there. And sure, shoot me the pics, dude. I have my IG typically open off to the side here, just so I can keep up with people. We may be getting some other guests coming on tonight.
Yeah, I should have had it open on my other page, but I was like, oh, I'll just mod the chat while I edit my first video, and I missed a few chats from Oz.
It's all good. It's all good. Bud's doing a fantastic job. He's out there manning the chats, making sure links get posted, keeping an eye on everybody, keeping it wholesome. Yeah, okay. As wholesome as a chat gets for my show, okay.
Me, keep it wholesome.
Okay. You keep out the riffraff.
I think you might have hired the wrong person.
Oh. So Masterversal, by the way, giving you a shout out, saying good to see you, Bud, sir. Duchess saying hey, Bud.
What's up, Eldor?
Ray saying yes, hello, Bud, and absolutely agree with that. Radical Toy saying the Walmart website in Canada is actually like 90% third-party sellers. It's almost as if Walmart doesn't sell their own products online. That's very true, because I've had that same experience here.
Yep.
Unless Walmart backed out on the cost of flocking of Mossman, that's possible they would lose their exclusive. And that's true too, because that was part of that deal. So absolutely. Pre-orders on BBTS for Wave 12 haven't showed up. This is unusual for that site. It's very true. Speaking Moistly says, I live on an island, no such thing as same day or even next few day delivery. Sorry to hear that, Speaking Moistly. That's got to be a shame. I live, I got first world problems over here. But Adam, I was just going to mention, how do you know it's actually Walmart or a third party for Motu? I'll tell you one thing. It lists the seller underneath on there. You can see that. You got to look down further and see who it's coming from, whether it's Walmart or whether it's a third party seller.
Yep.
The other indicator is normally if it's not at retail price. So one of the big things with the with like early on doing these hunts, I was using the Walmart app to try and see if I could narrow down my finds. We had just walked into a Walmart and came out. They didn't have anything, not besides what we had seen already. I looked up on the app. It said that inside the Walmart that we just came out of, that they had a Beastman.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, really? That's a thing? Because it definitely was not in there. I was just through the whole thing. So unless it was sitting in the back. And then I scrolled down and saw the price. And the price was like $36.97. And I was just like, oh, that wasn't Walmart. That was a third party seller who was
Yeah.
selling through Walmart. But I'm still trying to figure out why it said it was in the store, though.
It's weird.
And all I could think of is that they were going to ship it to the store and then I'd have to pick it up from the store, which is a thing they do.
Yeah. Yep. Strange.
Well, you know, they got a Masterverse Sorceress and a Shadow Weaver, and they're over $100. The Sorceress is $110, and the Shadow Weaver, she's I think 99, right up in there. Yeah, I see you, bud.
A lot of people,
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of people doing that.
Ugh.
But did you guys see Walmart is scalping Superstars Typhoon? Not even out, and it's at $60 already.
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw that and I was like, really?
Yeah.
Well, again, it could be people who have it pre-ordered, and then they're selling their pre-order through the Walmart app. Dutch is telling you your intros are the best, bud. I got to agree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I try.
And figuratively speaking, mentions that he has 3 Amazon hubs within 5 miles of him here in St. Louis. So that's great. More shout outs to you. Great writing as always, bud. Oh, and Ray Black mentioning, oh shoot, almost forgot to hit that like button. Got it though. Thank you, Ray. That's right, folks. Go ahead and make sure you hit the like button. It's been talking shit all week. So
I've had the like button hit the entire time.
good job, bud. I know you were on top of that. All music fans saying good night, all. So he's heading out for the evening. It's good to see you. Yeah, we tend to close out the shows. I wonder what kids today will feel nostalgic about in 40 years. Memes? You know what? That's a good possibility. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if that was it. You know, Pop Actor saying, I never understood the game. I was more interested in watching the ball go on the mousetrap. That was the fun of the game, was watching the engineering behind Mousetrap and how it all worked together.
Yep.
So, oh, and Pop Actor's just calling out All Music Fan, I'm guessing, saying, Jeff, it is still early. Well, you know, for some people it is. Oh, wait, we got anime figure statue collector in the house saying, yo, what's going on, man? If you're just coming in, we had talked about it earlier, so you might have to catch the replay, but we were talking all about some of the rare figures and stuff like that from Kenner, Alien, and Predator. And I don't know, at some point, maybe I'll go ahead and dig out a couple and play with them right here on my desk in front of me.
I mean, my desk here, I've got 8 figures sitting here, including a perfect time to show off this.
Oh, yeah, let's go ahead here.
Oh.
My buddy's Customs latest custom.
Nice.
Go ahead
My
and tell everybody.
my Revelation transforming He-Man.
That's
Nice.
right. So this is that, you know, transformation scene that we saw within the show where the armor and everything like that stays as its normal self, but his body starts to glow and transform into that blue light. And with the color change paint on there too, going into most of the creases, it really has that effect and look that they achieved in the sequence, in my opinion. I think it's fantastic. I think it looks great. Great job, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did a real good job.
That's awesome.
So now I got my 2 He-Mans right here.
Yep.
And then, you know what? Just because I'm sitting right here and he's not that far off, I'll give you a quick sneak peek at my first one.
Hey.
Modi the Moat Monster.
Nice.
This is the fully painted.
Yeah, the detail you put into that.
Where
thing,
did you
bud,
end up
is
getting that Modi at?
incredible.
I got it from a person on what was it? Instagram, Kenzo's Customs.
Oh yeah, Kenzo. Yep.
Yeah, and I
Those
also
collectibles.
haven't painted this
wow.
one yet, but this is a nice glow in the
Yep.
dark one.
Yep.
And then I got one more on the way, but I also got this little guy, which I'm going to see if I can pull him out here. It's a real little one.
You got that bling for your ears, son.
Yeah,
The Modi bling.
heck yeah. Yeah, these are my
Nice.
Modis. And this will be my first video on my channel.
Excellent.
That's pretty cool.
Yep.
All right. So this Justin actually got sent these over here from Cobb Web, and let me go ahead and bring you down off full screen here, bud. So showing the different floors, and I definitely have the first floors. Here we go. Pop this up here. So yeah, as you can see, like this is the first floors. Like it's a little bit more structured than the original floors were with the bracing. But then you see down here on the bottom one where it's got these cross braces kind of running in between and through different areas where that, you know, it's a little flimsy, especially right around the trap door here. You know, because there's nothing really holding that in as much. Whereas, you know, this side or on the other side, at least it's more solid plastic all through here. So that's
this is on the Origins, or
this is Origins.
Yeah,
this is not the
Origins. The floor bends.
Yeah,
especially if you put like figures towards the edge.
Not anymore with these floors. I can definitely see where that's a lot more structurally sound than the one that I have.
Yeah, definitely.
So thank you for sending that off to us and showing us. You know, I think we should all probably write Mattel now and say, I want new floors for my Castle Grayskull, and get them to see new Castle Grayskulls, because they're that. I mean, they're pretty cool for a lot of the stuff in the beginning.
I know before I saw the price, I was looking at what Hebrew was building with the extra castle walls and all that. But I saw the price, I was like, that's a little out of my range. It's really, really cool though.
Okay.
He does a lot of cool stuff, Hebrew.
Yeah.
Hebrew really does do a lot of great stuff, a lot of cool customizing.
Yeah.
So, Masterversal Toy Hunter, this was the comment that I missed before, where he was saying he's actually doing some designs, you know, for the floors and stuff like that, which is really cool. So, definitely go check him out on Instagram as well. I know that Bud posted his link in the chat earlier.
Who's
Masterversal Toy Hunters?
Yes, I got his right here.
He's definitely been doing a lot of really great work, doing some amazing custom stuff. And so when he says he's doing some new floors, I can't wait to see what that's going to be coming out.
Yeah.
Oh,
you got the
Hebrew.
Yes, that right there.
Nice.
Do you got the ones with the like lights under it? Yeah.
I got the lights right over there.
That's beautiful.
It's awesome.
And the floor plug.
Nice.
Where the elevator is.
Okay.
Yeah. What he built, it's definitely worth the price. It's just out of the range for like me personally.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got the doors and the other side walls, but they're where I couldn't get to them. But I have the whole setup deal that he made.
Awesome.
So, getting a big shout out here in the chat for your custom work, Bud, saying nice.
Oh, thank you.
And you know, Anime Figure Statue was saying hello to everybody.
Hello.
And Ray Black saying, but I'm hoping my sorceress comes on Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, she's really cool. The only two minor annoyances with her, the shoulder armor on her doesn't allow her to lift her arms up to a certain point. Like that's as high as the arms will go, because this is all molded plastic, and they did add the nice cloth on the back, but they didn't do it on the inside.
Here, hold it up just a little bit higher.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So there should be some like orange feathers on the inside, like it is on the out.
Sure.
But as far as her shoulder articulation, you also have to move these bands down here. But get this out of her hand.
Excellent.
That's about as far as her arms will stretch. So I'm actually thinking about making two little cuts on both sides here to be able to like lift it up.
That's a good call, man. And it's a real
Besides that, though,
yeah, it is.
Easy detail.
Besides that, though, she looks really cool.
Definitely.
I think so.
Definitely looks awesome.
Yeah, she is real cool.
Yeah. I got some photo scenes that I'm going to be doing with her, especially once that newer Duncan comes out.
Right.
Gonna do photos of her, like, wow, spoiler, death scene. One thing that is nice though with her staff and her hand, when you put the staff in her hand, it actually clicks perfectly into place. Like her hand is actually grooved to fit it perfectly. You can actually hear and feel the staff click into place on her hand. So it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that weird thing where it kind of hangs off, kind of like how this Skeletor staff kind of just hangs there.
Yeah, because
sure.
Nothing to really hold it in well.
No.
Right.
I mean, you could always try to do some hot and cold trickery. Heat it up, some hot water, and then dip it in some cold water real quick and see if it'll help. But then you also run the habit of shrinking the fingers a little bit too.
Then another thing I fixed, He-Man sword. So my He-Man sword did not fully plug into his back. It would only plug, see if I can pull it out just a little bit. It would only plug this far in. So the sword would be like sticking up really far because on the back of the sheath here, I'll pull the part off. So the sword slides into this little inner, like a cavity here, and there's supposed to be a hole that goes all the way through, except on mine, the hole was pretty much solid.
Oh, jeez.
So I had to take a vice pin and like hobby knife and just slowly dig it out.
Yeah. Well, you've done an amazing job on there, and I'm glad to see that it worked out because I know we were talking while you were doing that, so I'm really glad to see it work.
Yeah.
So everybody's giving you some shout outs, by the way, in the chat. Anime Figure Statue Collection has said, sick custom, bud.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Duchess said, that's nice too, bud. Talking about some Modi there, I think. Figuratively speaking, saying the He-Man is looking great. And Gobweb with the shout out saying that his picture is sent. Yeah, most of the time, like if you guys try to contact me, I try not to do it too much as far as like getting bombarded with chats. But if you guys tell me I got something coming in my inbox or something like that you want to show off, let me know.
And then this is my only non-Motu custom that I did recently. I did a custom Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
And this was off of like two different figures.
Right.
Where this whole bodysuit was just like green and like brown. So I just painted the whole thing, hand painted the little diamonds on her, like hip here.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was really well done,
cool.
bud. Absolutely, that's great. So I'm still trying to scroll through the chat here. Pop Factor says Mattel exclusive, 1 floor, limited to 2. I actually think I managed to get up with the chat, unless let's see here. Gotta love Harley. I agree. And yes, looking forward to my 2 movie He-Man arriving in the next 2 weeks. Make some custom movie Faker. That's gonna look great. And one dad ramen toy or my head sculpt too, because Masterversal made his own version of Dolph Lundgren head, and that looks really epic.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, it looks real awesome.
Talking about some customs here, Dplex does some amazing work too on IG, and I got to agree, they made. I just started following them very recently on IG. They did this whole thing where they took the backside of Castle Grayskull, attached it to part of the Fright Zone, split the slime pit up so part of it's over top of the jail part of the Fright Zone, and then the base of the slime pit comes out where the ground of the Fright Zone is.
Oh, wow.
And then he put hinges on it so you can close the slime pit up into the jail, making like that cavity in there. And then he put some interior stuff on it too. He added like the wolf door from Snake Mountain to it. Wow. It's phenomenal. You know what? I keep talking about it. I just need to bring it up. I'm acting like I don't have IG sitting over here that I can just pull up.
Exactly.
Sometimes I can be a bit of a bonehead. All right. Hang on here for a moment. Checking that and going through here. Oh, hey, look, I love it when I get a notification that some new bot has followed me.
Mhm.
Go block that
Right.
one later.
Yeah.
All right. Jerry D here from Deeplex Customs. I mean,
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
right? Like this
That's some
thing
cool
is
stuff.
sick. So thank you for mentioning that, by the way, there. Here we go. I'm going to try to share the screen here. Yeah, let's pop this thing up because this looks ridiculous. Oh, I see Ray Black asking Oz, how do you know they're bots? Typically when they got a whole bunch of letters and numbers by their age, and if they really look like a supermodel and they're following my toy page and I've never heard of them before,
Yep.
chances are it's a bot.
Usually, yeah.
So here we go. This is that custom that they are working on currently.
Yeah.
And let me see here because he's got. Oops. Wait, these are just some other custom he's got doing stuff. I thought this one was a multi-image one. I can't find my arrows to navigate desktop IG.
It looks like it's just the one pic there, but there's like another pic where it's like inside of like up above.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. The multi-pick one. Here it is.
Yeah.
So like you see, he's got that wolf door, and these are actually videos. So he's going to show
Yep.
off like the hinge.
Mechanisms. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Like, so that closes on top of the jail there. And you can see where he's repainted a little bit later that it matches better. He worked that hinge so it clips onto that part of Castle Grayskull, which,
Yep.
you know, just it looks really good. And then again, he bolted that onto the top. So that's not just sitting there, that's actually bolted in.
That's not
I
going
mean,
anywhere.
No, it's not. And this thing looks great. You know, and it fits so well together too. All of these different elements.
Yeah.
Just take that part out there with a Dremel and you got a door.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, when you
That's
look
awesome.
at this with these Tool Wolf microphones, or rather it's one that looks like it's cut in half.
Yeah.
It almost gives spooky haunted house vibes.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Which, you know, you could totally get for a Fright Zone. And then he showed off the back and the interior elements that he's adding. So, like, you see here where he's got, like, this little floor piece that Hordak's standing on. The imagery here of Triclops, you know.
Oh yeah.
Which, you know, I mean, it's pretty intense. And then just this look here, like,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's got haunted house vibes all through it. And I think that's a really, really neat custom. So John, thank you for reminding me about him to bring him up, because I mean, I think he's doing some fantastic work with that. It's really, really awesome.
Yeah. I'm gonna follow him right now. I realized I wasn't following him, so Cracktastic Plastic is following him right now.
Right. Well, I mean, like, so many people, you know, like you see so many of your friends following people and you see what they post because, you know, you're seeing your friends like it. It's
Right.
popping up in your feed and you forget to follow them yourself.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, anime statue figure collector saying here that, you know, he is, he's been getting a lot of Masterverse on clearance, which is good. I tried to hopefully find some today, but there wasn't any. And he's got an unboxing tomorrow at 3 p.m. So check it out. And that's on West Coast 3 p.m. So it'd probably be around 6 p.m. East Coast time for anybody on the East Coast. And everybody in between's got to fend for themselves. I don't do the maths. Yeah. But Deep Lex Customs looks like he's into beauty. Hey, you know what? To each their own. I ain't here to kink shame him.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is definitely great.
Oh, I was looking at what kind of stuff was on sale.
See, this is what happens when toy collectors get together. We start talking about great stuff, and then next thing we know, we're looking at stuff to buy.
Yeah.
It's okay
Yeah.
to look.
Right.
You don't have to buy
Like-
everything.
Literally, I have like something up on my page right now. I saw the He-Man animated show Castle is up for $59
Nice.
on Big Bad.
Yeah, it's their 1-day sale that they were doing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is the weekend sale.
Oh, weekend sale, yeah.
Yeah.
I got the email of it sent to me.
So
as well, so
I just dropped
I
a
was like,
link in the
that's-
chat if anybody wants to jump on too. Why not? Let's open it up. It's full
Yeah.
after party. It's after midnight on the
yeah.
East Coast.
I think Deep Discounts had that CGI grayscale for like
36.
40 bucks. Was it?
36.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and then he had
If
tax. and
I
shipping
would have
and
saw
stuff.
it, I would have grabbed it.
yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, just couldn't. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have much. So
That and
Speaking of
just the room.
yeah, speaking of
I
the,
don't know where to put it.
yeah.
go ahead, Elgin.
Yeah, speaking of the discount, I was at Target today and got the Bat Evelyn
Oh, nice.
figure. I got 10% off because it was a little damaged.
Ooh, gotta love it
Oh,
when that
nice.
happens.
Yeah, so I got 10% off. So I'm like, okay, well that's all right. But yeah,
I love it because they know collectors like that new in box stuff, so they're so easily willing to discount it. And then there's
I open
those
all
of
my
us that
stuff at-
open.
Yeah, I open all my stuff anyway, but I gotta wait. Yeah, I gotta wait to do my Masterverse stuff later. I'm still trying to finish out all the Origin stuff I have because I try to do that by sections of when I do unboxing stuff. So I got a bunch of other Masterverse I still got to unbox and do videos.
I'm too impatient to do unboxing stuff. I did it once, and I had like 13 figures to open at once, and I'm like, by the hour and a half long live I did, I'm like, I'm getting tired of this. It's talk while I just tear open boxes.
Yeah, we always do one for Monday, for Motu Monday, for our channel and stuff. So I always try to have something every Monday, basically.
Yeah,
I have like
both of them here.
this figure, like when I saw that on Revelation when she like first appeared like this, I was like, I hope there's a figure. I hope there's a
Same.
figure. That's something.
Right.
I'm really. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, and then so then when they came out with the exclusive, the Mizhal Creations exclusive, I was like,
No, I got her too.
yeah, me too. So it's like I'm gonna have all three of them together and stuff. So I was really happy that they made that as well. Just to,
I'm really hoping we get to the point where we get Sorceress Tila.
yes, exactly.
That design is amazing, and I
Yes.
want her. And
Yeah, same.
I figure she will be coming. It's just depending when.
Right.
Or if they keep doing Revolution figures, like we don't know if like after this season, if it does really, really, really well, maybe it'll be excited for another 5
Sure.
episodes and get more. But I could definitely see them eventually waning off the Revolution kind of stuff and just doing the new Eternia, the Pop, and all the other sublines.
Yeah, the Princess of Power stuff, and
Yeah.
I can see that doing more of that.
Right. So wanted to say welcome, John, joining in here. Good to have you join us tonight, brother. Ooh, John, get a little closer to the mic, or
Yeah, I can kind of hear.
I don't know which microphone you got it coming through tonight. It's very faint. We barely hear you.
Yeah, I've been having problems with my new mic I just got, so I'll just unplug it.
That's
How's
better.
Oh, there you go.
Much better.
All right, that'll work, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we hear you. And Dutch is saying hello, John. So I highlighted this here because Brushis was saying Bat Evelyn looks like a BDSM goddess. And
I might have done the photo shoot of Evil Lynn mounting Skeletor on his throne. So if you want to see that, that's on Instagram.
I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen that.
I couldn't not.
I know.
I had a toy throne, so it was like,
Yep.
but yeah.
It works. And then he's mentioned is sorry for going off the rails on my crazy train, which, hey, look, Oz here. It's all good. Believe me, we're good. Well, and Dawn also giving you the big hey, John, as well. Happy to see you come live with us. And again, I totally dropped that in the chat. If anybody wants to jump on Anime Statue Figure Collector, man, I know you do lives on IG. If you're still in the chat and you feel like jumping on and coming on YouTube with us, go for it, brother. Come on. So absolutely that here. And I know I did get another message. We may be having another co-host joining us in just a few here, which will be really, really cool to have as well. Always excited to have people come on, hang out, talk these toys. John, I know you were planning on doing a live tonight. So, hey, you know what? Look, even if you're not doing it on your own channel, here, boom, now you're with us doing it. And that's always a great hangout too. So thank you for being here, brother. I appreciate you. I saw the time you said you were going live earlier. I was like, crap, I'm going to be in the middle of my live. I won't be able to go watch it live. But you know me, I'll always hit it on the replay anyway.
I had no intention of, like I had said earlier, I had no intention on stomping on anybody's parade. Once everybody was done with theirs, that's what I was going to do live.
Look, man, if we all tried to avoid everybody else going live at the same time, none of us would.
Yeah, no, right.
Many of us.
Yeah.
You know, there's such a great community of content creators out there right now that go live. And, you know, yeah, we definitely try to work around each other the best we can and go live. You know, we definitely try not to go live specifically when other people are going live. But at the same point in time, it's bound to happen. We can't prevent it all the time.
Yeah.
We do the best.
I totally spaced and I went live during one of Skelly's weekly weirdo episodes, and I felt so bad.
Dude, don't feel bad. You know, don't feel bad. You got to go live when you can go live. That's all there is to it, you know. And again, we definitely try to move around and adjust to everybody's schedules the best we can. I mean, you know, the whole reason I started going live on Saturday nights is pretty much because at the time, to my knowledge, nobody else was really going live. I found out Weird Fantastic Toys goes lives on Saturday nights, but at the time I decided this time slot, the only people I knew who were going live was, you know, it was me and Skelly. We were doing our live streams for Toy Frenzy on Saturdays. And then we decided, you know, Skelly wanted to spend some more time with family and do that on Saturday nights. So we moved to Thursdays because that just worked out better for him. And I was like, that's cool. I can make an adjustment. And then I was like, wait a minute. I can go live on Saturday nights and do my own show that time now. So I moved myself to our old time slot. And then I found out all these other creators that do tend to go live on Saturday nights. And it's like, you know, I'm already invested in doing this now. So it's like,
right.
You know, everybody's used to seeing me. And hey, I see the same people in the chat every week. So people like coming in and watching me. And I'm going to keep doing it. Be consistent on this time. But that doesn't mean nobody else can go live. I don't own Saturday night. That's not a thing. All right.
Well, I thought it was funny, kind of, a little bit interesting, even though I didn't get to go live last night due to what was going on. I still managed to get 2 more subscribers. I was like, cool. Thank you.
Hey, man, you know, whatever works, right? As long as people are showing up and subscribing to the channels, that's, you know, that's great. And I'm glad to hear you're still growing. So,
yes.
Wow, I also gained 2 subs. I don't even have a single video up yet.
You know, that's always a fun thing when you've got 0 content and you're gaining subscribers.
2 more and I'm at 20, just saying, people.
Hey, you know what?
I'll randomly plug. myself here.
Hey, you know what? Let's do that here. All right, hang on a sec. We got some more. Somebody else is managing to come in here as well.
Self-promotion.
There's nothing
you
wrong
hear
with
me?
that.
Hear me?
Oh,
I think I can start to hear you.
Just a minute.
the great eye of the universe is opening.
Just trying to get the connection sorted. There.
Are you getting? Is it coming in there, Eldor?
Almost there. Well, we're having solo players.
Eldor, we can see your great eye. Cover it up.
There you are.
Eldor,
Good to have you with us tonight. Thank you, Eldor, for stopping by. Always a pleasure.
Yes.
You know, I gotta say, this is a really fun panel of hosts. And I love how Sir Clifton is like the most chill and relaxed person on a stream I've ever seen. He's like hanging on the couch at like Howard Stern's office right now. And he's just chilling out. Like, so, you know what, man? This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hello, Duchess, my lady. I hope you're well tonight.
Absolutely.
So,
All right.
I see you had some excitement there early on, also. What was all that about?
I couldn't believe it, Eldor. From out of nowhere, a Yautja showed up on Ozstradamus Toyz Live.
Oh, well, those fellows, indeed.
I gotta tell you.
The bloodthirsty hunting race, I believe they are.
Absolutely. You know, I was really, really shocked, but I'm totally glad it happened. It was great to have him here. You know, I mean,
Yes.
not everybody can say they've had an actual predator on their show. I mean, that doesn't happen to many people. So, you know, it was
Especially
great.
those who like live through it.
no, that
Right.
was awesome.
Right.
They don't try and show their faces on Eternia with He-Man protecting us.
Oh, I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So definitely right now, folks, if you are not following any these guys on the panel here, check out their links. Go check out their YouTube channels and subscribe to them. Because these guys are all great. They've got some good stuff going on. Oh, John's throwing it up here. He's got the new Masters of the Universe Masterverse.
I got it too. I read it that
Wow.
night, and so
Nice.
good.
Bit
That
of a
is
storybook there.
A little bit. I thought maybe you were like the author of that, Eldor, considering, you know, it's talking about all the different alternate universe versions.
Not really, but we do have a few tales here in Eternia. And of course, I'm the keeper of the Book of Living Spells. But I didn't write that one, though. I just keep it, as it were.
Yeah. So,
It's a
Black Phoenix.
It's a great. Go ahead.
No, by all means.
I was just gonna say it's a great comic. It's a great read. If you really look at the storyline, it's the first 4 original mini comics, which you can find in this
Yep.
Masters
that
of the
book.
Universe comic book. So if you read the first mini comics of that and then go and read the new Masterverse comic, it's kind of a parody of how those first 4 comics go. It's really cool. The only complaint I have about it is that the panels and some of them are really, really small and the colors mesh a little bit too much.
Nice. So, by the way, bud, you now have 21 subscribers.
Oh,
Just
nice.
saying.
Oh, yes.
Rocking them up here. And again, go check out, figuratively speaking, go check out Sir Clifton. Go check out the guys at Cracktastic Plastic Podcast. And go check out Masterversal Toy Hunter. You know, these guys are all great. Most of them are regulars here on the show. I know Eldor and I, gosh, we seem to be going on about just about every other week together these days. You know, my buddy's Customs, he's jumped on YouTube quite a few times with me now. John's been with me. Sir Clifton, I'm glad that you're coming back, man. You got a good stable connection coming in now.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, what's better? This feels like that sleepover you always liked having as a kid. You know, or it's like you and like 6 of your buddies and we're all hanging out.
Right.
Except, you know, we used to tell like ghost stories and stuff like that, but we'd have to have Duchess on to tell us ghost stories if we were going to do that.
And then your parents coming by your door telling you to be quiet, go to sleep.
My dad didn't show up to the door telling us to be quiet and go to sleep. My sister can vouch for this. He threatened us.
Yeah.
Well, I still think my connection could probably be better, but you know, right now, until I can figure out what to do and all, it is what it is.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, you just do the best you can with what you got. So,
Yeah.
you know, I think you're doing great. It's a heck of a lot more stable than it was last time we tried to do something. So I'm definitely happy you were able to come on and join us tonight and just hang out and have fun. Like I say, dude, you look so chill. You look like you were hanging out with Bob Marley before you jumped on live with us tonight, which would have been awesome, by the way. What? I don't remember saying that. So in a sec here, we got Cobweb saying, damn, I opened that castle to take pics of the new floors, and the sticker sheet is missing. Anyone know if I should contact Amazon or Mattel directly?
Mattel, or go through Mattel. Fastest way is through Twitter. They will answer you back usually within a day.
Let them know the sticker sheet was missing, and when they send you a whole new castle, send me the new floors.
Yeah, really, they will send you a whole new castle. I had, in fact, this figure here, her wings were kind of warped, which that wasn't a big deal, but her leg was like locked to the point where I cannot move this leg at all. And they said, well, since we can't send you a new figure, we're just going to send you a whole new castle. And then
it normally takes anywhere from 6 to 7 weeks to get a reply out of Mattel out this way.
Twitter, man, Twitter's the best way.
Yeah, they're more active on Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So Pop Actor's
Fact,
mentioning
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, like, I just had contact them about the movie He-Man. I just showed them a picture of what happened. And they're like, well, we don't have a spare one, so we're going to send you a check in the mail for the amount paid. And I just got it a couple days ago.
That's great.
So, yeah.
So I was going to say that Cobweb says Toy Ploy has it on his site for free, which he's talking about the sticker sheet, where you can go print off the stickers for the castle, because he recreates all that stuff and puts it up on his site for free for people to be able to do that. It's a great resource.
Yes,
and
definitely.
If he doesn't have a good quality scan of the stickers, he will rework it until it's a better quality, which is great.
Yeah.
So,
yes, I got a set of fresh stickers many months ago for restoring my vintage Castle Grayskull. I still have a few segments to do on that yet, but the trouble is finding all these pieces I need. I still got some more I can shoot with applying some of the last of the stickers, like the throne room banner behind the throne, of course. But yes, a fellow here in Eternia, he had a spare set, so he gave those to me to refurbish my vintage set, and a few other pieces like the flagpole and a couple of weapons there. But see, I keep missing out when these other fellows they drop listings for spare vintage Castle Grayskull parts, and I keep missing the wee boppy spinner thing, and the weapons rack, and the ladders, of course. But yes, we're still searching.
Yeah.
So who's got I know we already talked a little bit about what Sir Clifton's got going on tomorrow with making his channel debut here. And
Oh, nice.
bear with me here for a little bit moment. I'm trying to scroll through some stuff on my laptop. So I was trying to pull up. Where is it? Sorry, guys. So I was trying to pull up Sir Clifton's channel. I've got a long list of subscriptions I'm scrolling through here, and I'm sorry. Trying to find it here. You know, honestly, I should just take it out of the chat since Buddy's already put it in there.
For Sir Clifton, I only found Instagram. I couldn't find a YouTube page.
Did you look up Eterniany Lips? That's his YouTube channel name.
Oh, okay.
Sir Clifton, why aren't you in the chat promoting your stuff? Come on, man. There we go. So I pulled it up right now. Eterniany Lips has 8 subscribers. I think we've got enough people in the chat. We could probably get him at least up to 15 before tonight. And I'm going to be keeping that tab open as its own tab because I'm going to be monitoring that over the rest of the live while we're still going. I'm watching people. That's right. And my buddy's Customs, he had jumped up to, what did you say? You had 21 now after Dawn went ahead and joined your channel?
I'm at 23.
Oh, 23.
Very
Come
nice.
on, people. I know we can get him 2 more. 2 more people on my buddy's Customs. I want to hit him 25 before the end of the night. John, what are your subs at,
That
buddy?
would be amazing.
What are your subs at? Where's good old figuratively
My
speaking
subs
on
are
my
at
list?
32.
32.
My subs are
32.
at, I'm at 32.
I couldn't.
However, I'm going to
I couldn't find
ungraciously
yours, bud.
real quick. When I hit
You know, if-
50 subs, I will be doing a giveaway.
What? He's going to be doing a giveaway at 50. Everybody loves a good giveaway. Everybody,
Right.
go jump on now and subscribe. Come on, folks. I want to go ahead. I definitely want to see John at least 35. I'm not asking for much here. That's 3 subscribers he doesn't have. I want to see him jump up. And I think we could get him more. I really do. Eldor, what are you sitting at?
Let's have a look here.
Pull it up, guys. Come on. Grab me your links.
1,025.
Yeah,
Hang on. No, 125.
Oh.
125. All right, I think
had
we
a bit of sleep in my eyes there. Would have been good though.
Hey, look, if he's at 125, I think we can get Eldor up to 130. I definitely think we can see him hit
Only if
130.
you want to, but thank you.
I'm here only if you want to. I know a bunch of these assholes could go subscribe to your channel if they're not already. Get out there and
Indeed.
jump on that.
I like to have a bit of fun every now and then.
That's right. I mean, I don't have many. I don't have a lot. I'm not even at 200 subscribers yet. But there's no reason that I'm not going to be sitting here and trying to promote everybody's channel and get everybody subscribed to everybody else. So, Brushstroke says Galactic Protector He-Man is out at Target and he looks pretty cool. Yeah, he does. For street date. Well, today actually was the street date for him, so he's now finally showing up, and I think that's fantastic. So,
Yes,
I've been
that street data system you have going on there seems
it's weird.
And when they come in, they want to buy something, and they can't walk out with it because of the street date. And I'm like, oh, what's this? What's this all about then?
Wait a minute here. Hold on a sec. We had a Yahoo show on earlier, but what is this?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Oh my goodness, Ripley. Ripley has joined us here.
Yeah,
Is it?
Ah!
Whoa, where is that coming from? That is not where it came from in the movies.
My lunch.
Oh no!
Whoa.
Oh, dear.
Oh my goodness. It's a
Someone had too
goblin
much.
if I've ever heard one.
Just say someone had too much tacos.
I have a rather queasy stomach.
Oh my goodness. Well,
What are you guys up to?
oh man, we're just hanging out, having a good time. How are you doing tonight, Radical?
Hey, Adam.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Just getting at the end of this cold, still kicking my ass, but we're doing all right.
Yes, you're sounding better there, sir.
I was gonna say you definitely sound better tonight, man.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
My voice has been I lost my voice for like a couple days.
Right. Yeah, that's what I've been worried about all week because I've been battling against a cold as well.
Oh,
It's been a
everybody's
lot of
getting
drainage.
it now.
Yeah,
That Hatcher I see, he's coming down with it.
right. It's spreading through all of us over YouTube. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so-
everybody's catching it, basically. It's been going around. It's a bad flu bug going around.
All right, here. So I'm checking up on the stats here and seeing who's got new subscribers. And you know what? No, we got to get some more
Is there-
help in here, guys.
Yeah, is there a link for Clifton's? I couldn't find it.
I'm on it. It's hard to find because again, he hasn't put up the content just yet. So you kind of already got to have it. But I'm on it. There it is. It's in the chat.
There we go.
Go give
I will
him a
add that to
subscribe.
my.
Yeah, I think I got
subscribed.
2 subscribers so far from this chat during the chat. So
For real?
Looks
What's
like you got.
Cracktastic Plastic sitting at these days?
Looks like you got 9 now.
they were at 522 last.
Yeah, see, everybody's saying hello. That's awesome. Everybody's here tonight.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is what we do. We all help support each other. You got Speaking Moistly in the house saying, "What's up, Adam?" And a rather peppery dish. Well, ain't that the truth? And Thanos Copter saying, "Hey, Adam." There we go, man. And Pop Actor mentioning that once I'm
There
in the
you
new
are.
He-Man movie, my subscribers will double in the millions, and I gotta agree because we all know I'm gonna be the new Fisto. I'm gonna fist him real hard. So this earlier, Brushstroke was asking if anybody, if any of the metalheads ordered the Super 7's Ultimate Slayer Minotaur or Metallica Cliff Burton. Unfortunately, I tend to stay away from Super 7, and they're a little too pricey for me on most days. So
I just
Some
had
of
to
them
get
you
a
can
bit
find on
there,
like
so
Amazon.
getting a bit hot.
yeah, absolutely, man.
Where does this go?
I mean, the channel could go really wild, and we can all just start stripping down, but that'd be a little awkward.
Oh yes.
So let's see here. Whoa, Eternian Ellipses now jumping to 11 subscribers. Come on, folks. We can get him up to 15. He needs 4 more subscribers. Come on, everybody. Let's do it. And we got saying, stay cold there, Eldor.
Come on, y'all.
Indeed. Oh, that's
We
bitter.
got
Awesome.
sub to those 2 you just sent. This is fantastic. I'm loving this here. We've got, Cobwebs subscribing to everybody's channel and Dawn in here laughing and rolling based off the crazy antics of Radical Toys. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
great.
Just doing a bit of DIY there, sir. Don't mind me.
Oh, yeah. Keep going. All right, now I'm going to keep pulling the links. I'm pulling everybody into the chat. I want to see everybody go up by at least 5 subscribers. More if you can, because if you guys aren't subbed to these channels, you're really missing out on some amazing content. I know
Got to angle it right, you see. Bit of tape there.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to put it up where you're gonna feel that cold hit you, man.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Jimmy Ray get the finest.
Bit of number 8 wire, as they call it here. Up in Antonio.
It's great.
Here we go. Nice and cool now.
This is a problem. I go through looking through my subscription list to get everybody's links, and got so many in there now that I'm subscribed.
Oh, we won't forget you, Oz. She's saying, "Don't forget me, Oz."
Wait, who's saying, "Oh, go forget me"?
Ray is saying that. Ray is saying.
Oh, hey man, when I make it to the top, I ain't forgetting nobody. We're elevating the whole community all the way up.
Right.
The fans on up, man. I don't forget people like that. You guys were here at my start. I'm definitely bringing you to the top all the way with me. That's how it goes. Yep. Brushstroke. I was doing theme songs in the movie. It's going to be. That's how it's going to be. And saying, anyone here likes stop motion Lego videos? Heck yeah, man. That's great stuff.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute here. Hang on a sec. Now I get what she's saying by saying, don't forget me. There it is.
Yeah.
My buddy Adam, right? Well, it's my buddy's customs. This is Adam's radical toy, Ray. You're forgetting. Birthday twins. So, also, Ray has went ahead.
Yeah, we just got our birthday. We just had our birthday just real quick.
That's right. You guys just had your birthday back on the 22nd, right? I got the day right.
21st.
21st. Right. I'm still getting everybody.
You're close.
Birthdays. I do my best. All right, here. So again, if you guys aren't following Cracktastic Plastic, we got their link going out right now. Boom. I'm jumping on it. My buddy's Customs has been on it. I want everybody's channel to grow tonight by at least 5 subs. More if you can. Absolutely. And my buddy's Customs, for some reason, I'm still having trouble finding you in the mix of all of the links. I apologize.
Got my own here.
We've had aliens and Ripley's.
I had to go through
your live there, sir.
I had to go through his Instagram.
When does this happen?
There we go.
A star-studded night, I see.
Absolutely, man. You know I'm always trying to pull everybody in. And here it is with that new.
This is the most I've ever seen at once.
Oh, really, Adam? You should go back and check out my New Year's video.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, the New Year's was quite fun.
How many people can you have that on at a time?
10. I can do up to 10 people on here.
10? Oh wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've got.
That's wild.
Well, it's called basic, and then you can apparently, I think, do more if you have pro. But yeah, for real, it's crazy.
Can you imagine having like 30, 40 people?
I've had a total of 9. I haven't quite hit the 10, but like New Year's, we were doing that. If you go back and you watch the Friendsgiving episode of Toy Frenzy on Skelly's channel, there was like 9 of us that night, I think, too, because it was we had the Dooch and Sean, Legends of Grayskull podcast, were on with us. Mega J joined us that night. Who else do we have on that night? We had, we just had a bunch of people on that night. And New Year's was like that too. Yeah, John was, oh my God, who was all with me on New Year's? Like several of you guys here. I know Masterversal, you joined us.
I fell asleep.
Did we not have the mini comics fellow?
Masters of the Mini Comics was on with us that night. John was with us that night.
But
Figuratively speaking, he always jumps in.
Oh yes, Ray, collecting classics.
Yeah. That guy. He was on there too as well, for sure.
yeah.
But it's always fun when we can get a huge group of people together and just chill and talk about this stuff. But it can get crazy. It definitely.
Yeah, it can.
It's crazy. But I absolutely
Yes,
love it.
I got my lines mixed up there
Oh.
for the mini comic reading.
So, just coming through here, and we got sure, Carol. Let's check this out to some cool stop motion Lego vids. I don't want to plug him here on someone else's stream though. Cobweb, where's your channel at? Put it up there. Yeah. If you're posting videos of your son's stop motion Lego vids, I'm heading over there to subscribe right now. Put it in the chat.
Right?
Do not worry about plugging yourself on this channel. Do it. Put it in the chat. I want to see it. And I'm going to go subscribe to it. I think everybody here would jump on subscribing to that. Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stop motion. It's
We're all
definitely something looking into.
That's what we're all about here. We share here. Bring that stuff on.
Yeah, I always want to see
Yep.
whatever. The problem is I may not be able to catch everything when it goes live or anything like that. But, you know, if you're putting out content there, if I don't catch it live, I'm going back and watching it later. And I'm definitely getting in the habit of trying to make sure that I comment to everybody too. So, like, when you comment on my vids, I'm going to try to make sure I reply to everybody. Even like last week's Toy Frenzy, I've actually been going back to it and trying to keep up with anybody because I don't get the notifications when people comment on Skelly's channel. That's on Skelly's. My buddy Customs has hit 25 subscribers. We hit that goal tonight.
Thank you, guys. That's amazing. I really
think so too.
Appreciate it.
Bet you we can get them more. I bet you we can get them more.
But we could.
All right. So Master Russell Toy Hunters at the big 125, and I think we can get them to 130. I bet you we can get them to 130. Radical, where are you sitting at on subs these days, buddy?
I think I'm just over 920 now, so I'm just a little bit shy of that 1K.
Hey man, let's see if we can get them up to a couple more. Figuratively speaking, is hit 35 subscribers tonight. Fantastic. You people are beautiful out there. Keep it coming, folks. Come on. This is subscribe-a-thon now.
That's
Let's see
awesome.
everybody's subscribers go up tonight. Let's roll with it. Let's do it. All right. So I want to see if Masterversal can hit the big 130. You know, and if you haven't subscribed to John yet and you're still looking for his channel, I know we got that in the link. Oh,
I haven't dropped any new videos of late. Just been a bit busy there. Filming
Duchess
something else
of
at the moment.
Darkness. She's asking, could she get just one more subscriber tonight? She's at 739 subscribers.
Ooh.
I have an absolute feeling that Duchess could probably hit up to 745 tonight.
Put those links in the chat, people.
I'm thinking.
This is now a like after hours subathon.
Yeah, let's
Well, we got 26 for my buddy's customs. I just subbed there too. So.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
That's nuts. Did you guys read this comment? It's his son's channel. He does it all himself, and he had a short 12K views in 24 hours once.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
here.
Definitely, man. Yeah. Come on,
The
guys.
Legos are rather a popular subject there on Earth.
Yeah.
A bit unpopular though if you happen to stand on it.
There are so many channels. Like once in a while, I do like to watch time lapse videos of them building like big cities. It's crazy.
Duchess has hit the 741 subscribers tonight. Fantastic. Glad to see it. Refreshing Masterversal here. He's still at the 125. I know a lot of people who already watched the channel are subscribed to him. But you know what, guys? Come on. I know we can help him out and get a little bit more. All right, here. Scrolling back through because, again, I'm trying to bring up everybody's channels I can. Like I say, my issue is the fact that, okay, so we got Radical Toys is at 922.
Maybe we can get to 930. That'd be awesome. Or 925.
All right, let's see. Let's see if we get up to 930 on the Radical Toys. Why not? Let's do it. Everybody, let's go. Let's get it in there.
You know what I love about Masterversal Toy Hunter? The amazing skits.
Oh my gosh.
For the intro of his channel.
Ever since yeah, dude. Like seriously, I'm just sitting here now just
Oh yeah. The old rentals. Yeah. I like to start with a bit of a story, you know, to break the ice.
Oh, and then the one you had with like Leech, and you were like trying to scale the wall. That was hilarious. I was laughing my butt off.
Myself out that day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was great.
I think my favorite one was the squeeze one.
I was
where
afraid he was going to
gonna
lose a grip on one of the leeches when he just had one, and he was going to fall down.
Yes. Yeah. I almost did. Wouldn't have looked good if I had fallen. I forgot. I also forgot my teleportation spell I used. You see, getting a bit senile at my old age.
It's just how it gets sometime, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, Cracktastic Plastics, 524 subscribers. I think you can get at least 525 tonight. Come on, folks. There's got to be at least one person who's subscribed. You go hit that Cracktastic Plastic. We get one more at least. At least. I know it can happen.
Speaking of cracking plastic.
Ooh, yeah.
Tuned in
ASMR
to
videos right there.
To ASMR with Ozstradamus Toyz.
I got some crinkly plastic I go to. You know, it's all Adam's fault actually that I ended up getting King Hiss today. That's what it is. It's Adam's fault.
Oh, you got King Hiss.
I got Rattlers on his way too. I just got the email from Mattel Creations.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad to hear that.
You're yet to shake less on the roll there, Adam.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
all thanks to Sarah Clifton too. He sent that out to me for my birthday. So.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Epic. Giving back to the community already. I love it. So again, Eternian Ellipse is at 12 subscribers. We can hit him to 15, folks. He only needs 3 more. I know we can hit him there. And again, if anybody needs a link for the chat, if you missed it back up in the chat a little bit, we'll drop it again. We can definitely drop it again.
This is what it should look like. If I can get to it, maybe if it'll focus. Maybe it won't focus.
Hang on here.
It's yeah, I got too much light, probably.
Too bright.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Logo? Yep. Subscribe.
There it is.
That's the logo I designed
There you
for him.
go.
Yeah.
There you go. Live subscribed.
There it
Oh
is.
man, check it out. Mentioned him
just
earlier in the chat.
subscribed. Just subscribed.
SJ Curtis here saying, "Hey friends, I thought I missed you." No, you know me, man. We're still going live. It's almost 4 hours in now. I didn't even realize it was 4 hours in. All right. So again, I want to see before we cut this stream off tonight. I want to see if we can get Masterversal up to. Let's go for 128 at least. He's at 125. We can get him 3 more subscribers tonight. That would be fantastic. He hit that 128.
Oh,
John's
you
sitting
me,
at
sir.
35. He hit his goal. I'd love to see him hit more, but he hit his goal. And let's see here. I'm checking out where Duchess is sitting at tonight. Let's see what we got. I should start doing these more on, man. Like, that'd be great. 742 subscribers for Duchess. She hit her goal. Said I want to see at least 42 on.
Nice.
Radical Toys is sitting at 922. Have we picked up any more for Radical tonight?
Yeah, I just subscribed.
Oh, that's,
There we go. 924
Thank you.
subscribers on Radical Toys. Gosh, that's gorgeous.
Good
And the
news,
folks
sir.
at Cracktastic
Love it.
Plastic. Let's see what we got going on here. We getting any more for Cracktastic Plastic tonight? I hope
I'll get
so.
you here in a I'll get you here in a sec there, Cracktastic. Is your link in the? Did you guys link his channel in there?
I think so. I
I'll
think
drop
it's
it in there again
mine.
right now.
Just in there. Also, just in.
Yeah, just
126 to pick up sticks.
Woohoo! Got 126. I love hearing it, man. I feel like we should have like the phones going on, like at a telethon thing.
hello.
Okay, I'll go over there now and do that.
So, Cobweb saying thank you guys. for
Oh,
subbing.
I was already subbed to and I
Hey,
didn't even
guys.
know.
Nice.
It's funny how crazy that gets because we all just get so used to grabbing each other's content. That's just how it goes.
Well, there's so many to follow, right? Like I got a big list too that I got to play catch up on people's channels all the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a good half of my day is spent watching people's videos, liking them.
Man, I think it's fantastic seeing everybody in here and helping out.
I thought I had already
This right here is a sneak peek of tomorrow.
I didn't. I just did.
It's my way there, sir. Looking good.
Yeah.
He's all armored up there.
Oh yeah.
The real Sir Clifton, right here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
Indeed.
The most relaxed one in the group.
That's right.
Who does that remind me of now? Maybe might remind me of Buzz off there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is that other fellow?
Yes, sir.
Stratos, maybe.
A little bit stressed. Hey, man, got to cut down on the wind resistance on the eyes here. So, SJ saying that his son has he has a YouTube channel as well. It's football stuff. Hamsterman09.
You may or may not know, Oz, there's some planets out there in the universe. They rain glass, as it were. So yes, the eye protection there when you're going through all that.
True story.
I got
true story.
And for Eternity Ellipse's logo design, I actually did this little breakdown. I'm going to share the screen to you there, Oz, if you wouldn't mind showing it for a sec. We can kind of check it out.
Go for it, man. Yeah. Are you able to share the screen?
Just give me a second. I think so. Just give me a sec here. Yep. Just give me a sec here. Yeah, I got it now. I'll share it.
Oh, well.
So this is basically how you do a logo design. So I do logo design, animation, all that funky stuff. So for basically 3 steps is what I do. I do black outline. So if I'm doing it digitally, sometimes I'll do things on paper first. But this one here is just digitally. So I do the black outline first. Then I do what I ended up doing is I do the coloring on the inside, but I just kind of show what it looks like without the black outline, and then you just kind of put them together, and boom, you get your logo design. So that's how I created Eternity Eclipse's logo. So I thought it was pretty cool.
Nice.
That is epic. Absolutely epic.
Nice.
Pretty neat.
I agree. I think it's
Yeah,
really
what's
rad.
crazy about that, guys, is he really went in this thing here kind of blind a little bit. He created me as a cartoon character, and he added exactly the color every tops that I'm wearing. And then he put me in a white shirt with the black with the black ellipse logo, and just so happen I have that shirt too. So that's pretty much going to be me whenever I'm on the show.
Indeed.
Well, that's great.
Yes,
Yeah, pretty cool.
Adam did my banner as well. Very clever.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I did too, didn't I? I drew that one out. I've honestly done so many, I lost track. I've seriously done so many intros and logo designs for people. I lose track of them.
Oh, it's all good. You're very busy, sir.
I just did Ray Black too for her birthday too. I drew her out in I did her in a Disney style cartoon character. It was pretty cool.
Oh yes, that looked good.
For her birthday. It is. Nice little birthday gift.
So SJ is wondering if you ever do watercolor with an ink outline. My absolute fave. Is definitely great.
It's one of the few mediums that I don't actually do. I am a pretty diverse artist. The only 2 things I don't really do, actually I should say the one thing I don't do, and that's physically paint, like on canvas or anything like that. It's the one medium that I don't do, but I do basically everything else.
Awesome.
So Cobwebs mentioned the fact that Christian from WWE used to wear those style glasses. That's absolutely true. He definitely did for a long time.
Yep.
I'm glad to see that we've actually grown everybody's channel here a little bit tonight. I think that's fantastic. I'm happy to see that.
Yep.
That's always a plus. But as we are getting up to that 4-hour mark,
Yeah.
and it's about 1 a.m. here for me. I definitely
I know my ring light here is blaring in my eye, and I'm getting a bit of like a headache growing right about here.
We got to see if Sir Clifton can hook you up with some ellipses.
Right.
Oh dear.
Sir Clifton, if you got any spare glasses to help out my buddy here, we gotta hook him up.
Yes,
have to be like
I see John there.
Shades.
He's
have to
probably dig some up.
have to be like extra wide. I have like a really wide head.
Yes, we're well into the night there. I see. You'll all
I've
be
pretty
zombies
much
by
got
the
an
next
Oakley
day.
store in here right now, so if there was a pair he wanted to try, shoot.
Oh man, you hear that, bud? He's hooking you up.
Yes.
We'll get you some streaming glasses. Yeah.
Nice.
I could see.
Honestly, that's kind of why I just wear these.
Honestly, I think I could see Bud rocking some purple glasses going.
Oh yeah.
Definitely doing the purple.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Blade wore those sunglasses too.
He wore very similar ones.
Actually,
Something like that.
actually, Blade wore Oakley 4s,
There you go.
and these, whenever the scene in Blade leads into the lair, he gets out of his car. And up at the top is two ninja-like people running from the rafters. Well, they both acrobatically jump down from the rafters, almost like they come from Grayson's circus. You can freeze shot, and you can see. I don't know if we can get this right here, but zoom in on me here, guys. The edges of this you can see in a freeze frame.
Yeah.
It would be that they usually had to make like they had the red light eyes, but it was the Oakley over the top that those two wore.
Nice.
Cool.
And it just
God
fits
bless
on
it.
you like that.
Yep. Absolutely, Cobweb. My pleasure, brother. Put it out there and just try to bump the community, because as we all grow, we all succeed. That's just how the community is.
Yep.
And
Yep.
that's what we try to do.
And I think the main thing is too, that a good main point would be to not forget where we started. So hopefully we all stay together and none of us drifts away as we grow. I'd like to keep us all, together.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the idea going up. We all keep in touch, we all network, we all grow together.
Yes, sir.
Keep the
The
community.
only thing I'll see is probably maybe drifting into other lines, but like still community as like toy collectors and friends and stuff.
Right.
Well, of course, it's like, I like going on and hanging out with Mega J and stuff on his channel.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I mean, let's face it, Mega J is probably one of the better, more successful YouTubers. His channel's grown by leaps and bounds over the years. So I love being able to chat with him. And that's one of the best things about Mega J. He is a bigger channel, but he has no problem showing up and jumping on here with us and just, geeking out about toys for a while.
Sure.
Or helping a young guy like myself. I say young, but I'm not that young. But in any case, helping a guy like me learn the works of StreamYard and everything else like that and utilizing it, and then just helping my channel grow over time. You know, that's why I love whenever Mega J tries to make the call, I try to be there. You know, even when my
indeed, with having me on the stream there, you are all young.
Well, that's true. We're all young compared to Eldors, thousands of years old.
I think I'm probably the youngest here.
We gotta get somebody like Pixel Dan on here. What is their chances of getting like Pixel Dan or Toy Bro or we gotta get them guys on.
Actually, Pixel Dan put up a post today about like a lot of people were asking him to be on streams, especially because of the certain toy situation. He says, I really don't. He really doesn't want to. He doesn't have anything to add to the situation, and he doesn't want to
That's a shame.
Fuel those fires.
See, if I had him on, I wouldn't even want to talk about that.
Oh,
I'd want to have him on, and we'd be talking about wrestling, or we'd be talking about Ninja Turtles. Like I'm not going to talk about any of that stuff. I don't want. Yeah, I don't really like talking about the negative portions of what's going on with toys and stuff like that. Toys are supposed to be fun. We're supposed to
all the buzz and all the other
There's
stuff.
no point. I mean, I discuss it, and I have no problem with having an open.
Discuss it when it officially happens. Until then,
right?
It's just rumors.
Right. That's how it is. Pop actor saying he's in his 20s.
Oh, so maybe I'm not the youngest then.
I'm pretty sure he's joking.
Oh.
So, yeah, he's saying Carol Gleason was nice. He's absolutely joking. All right, guys. Well, we've hit over that 4-hour mark. So let's go ahead. Wow. Let's go around the panel and close it out for the night. Let's go ahead. Adam, you were the last one in. So why don't you go ahead and give us a talk of what you got coming up next, where people can find you. Of course, we've already dropped your link in the chat. But yeah, go for it.
Yeah, name's Adam over at Radical Toys. I do live unboxings every Friday night. And that's usually 11 p.m. ADT time, my time. I think that's 9 p.m. Central time. So we do that. Unless of course, I state otherwise. We usually have it every Friday. I've got Rattler's coming. He's on his way. This next upcoming Friday, we're going to be doing Masterverse She-Ra. So she's been sitting in the package for like 2 weeks now. So I'm itching to get her out. So we're probably going to be doing her Friday. And I also do live coverage for Mattel Creations. So anytime Mattel Creations drops, I do live coverage with one of my animated puppets, as you see on screen now. So we do that kind of fun stuff, and that's kind of what's going on with Radical Toys.
And my buddy's Customs has just dropped that link in the chat again. If you haven't already, go over again and give him a subscribe. So, with that coming up, let's jump up to Eldor.
Oh, yes, I drop a figure review every now and then. So sometimes a bit of Masterverse or a bit of Origins there. And yes, we started a new segment, Masters of the Motu News, with Sir Radical Toys there. So he's my puppet master there with Orko. So that's a recurring thing. We might have another episode coming up soon, with all the news coming out there of late, indeed. And yes, I haven't dropped any reviews lately, though. Been a bit busy there, as you do, and a bit of filming there for another new piece on my channel called Custom Figure Time, where I, instead of showing you the aftermath of all my customs that I do, I'll actually a video and document as I go through my custom making process. So I've started filming for my custom 40th faker there. So he's missing his head at the moment, but I prepared his little chess computer piece that will be going in there. So just lightly doing some preparation work and filming that as I go. Yes, I might have Eldor Bob he's going to do some painting on it because he's the painter, you see. And this is still trying to get him sorted out for his first episode. So that's still coming out there, indeed. So that's taking a while, and I still have to, of course, do my segment on restoring vintage Castle Grayskull. But as I said before, it's proving hard to find all these spare pieces I need. So I'm still correlating all that to finish that segment. But yes, I have the Origins Whiplash review coming up soon there, and a few more to follow him. But yes.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. John, take it away. Well,
All right,
actually,
so
real quick,
I'm
John, real quick.
I host Figuratively.
I'm sorry, John. Go ahead. You finish up. We're going to get the Bobby after. Go for it, John.
Okay.
Hey, Bob.
I'm John. I host Figuratively Speaking. It's my train of thought. I host Figuratively Speaking. I go on usually every Friday night live, 7:15. I do everything from the Valkyrie Toys, which is Final Faction, Motu, Masterverse, and I do some other things. I also host with QuickBooks on Friday nights. Usually I have Adam come in as a co-host on my show. And you can find me here on YouTube, Figuratively Speaking, and or Figuratively Speaking as well on IG.
Excellent. And my buddy's customs is on point. Getting those dropped right there into the chat for everybody. Thank you.
No problem.
A shout out to Bobby, Vintage Motu, dropping in right here at the end, saying hello, good night. I was late.
Hello, sir.
See you soon. Bobby, so good to have you here, even if it's for a moment. And the fans go wild.
Beautiful, blushing Bobby.
Yep. And Cobweb saying, you had me at Motu. It's pretty much how it goes around this community here. Is all a bunch of good Masters Universe fans. All right. This is where my buddy's Customs gets his plug.
Oh, yes. I am my buddy's Customs. I do paint custom figures, build dioramas on the cheap. I will have my first video coming out soon where I paint this lovely little figure here, Modi, the moat creature from the new Eternia playset. And then my second video, which will be me painting this Revelations transforming He-Man. You can find me on YouTube and on Instagram, which I will post here in a sec.
Thank you. I was just trying to find it further up in the chat so I could drop that down.
Oh, I got them all here, and I'm just posting them as people start talking.
He's gone ahead and gotten himself. You know, he's got the whole copy and paste thing on.
Yeah,
popping it up here on.
I got a whole Word document here on the other screen. Everyone's names.
All right, Elgin, you're up.
Yeah, my name is Elgin. I'm with Cracktastic Plastic. The three other guys that are with Cracktastic Plastic are Corey, Jason, and Josh. We do a podcast that drops every 2 weeks on a Tuesday. We talk about all types of topics. We usually have a specific topic that we go through each episode. I think we're up to like 54 episodes now of that podcast. Yeah, but so we're on all the social medias on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, on YouTube here as well. Mondays we have on YouTube, we have a Motu Monday opening video with myself. And then Tuesday we'll either have the episode drop if it's on a bi-weekly, and then we'll usually have like a Transformer Tuesday post. Wednesday we'll do a Wrestling Wednesday post, usually with like I pick somebody to have them wrestle, whether it's from something from the past, if I have the figures, and then we'll do a Predator Wednesday post as well. Then I'll try to have Predator attack somebody from Masterverse or Origins or whoever, Aliens, whoever he wants to fight basically and kill. And then Thursday we try to do a Turtle Thursday, so like like some sort of. Right now I'm doing the little Dollar Tree figures, putting those together and doing videos with that, and then I have another video I think next week after that as well with an unboxing. And then do the Thrasher Thursday post as well with like skateboard stuff, for like the fingerboard, like these little fingerboard things that Hot Wheels puts out. So I usually yeah. So I do something with these, with some figures, either riding them on like a skate park, just to like do some toy photography. Fridays I try to do a Final Faction Friday video if I have something to open. I think I just did my last one last Friday because I don't, there's no more like that I can find. I think I did the Aero ATV limited edition Elite with their weapons and armor pack last Friday. So now I think I'm out of stuff to do until they show up in the stores again, which is kind of trickling in right now. So and then Saturday don't really do too many posts and stuff. It's just kind of random if something shows up. And then Sunday I try to do a starting lineup Sunday post with the old starting lineup figures from Kenner. So I have a bunch of those baseball ones I try to pose, and I have a bunch of pictures and then kind of give the baseball. Like, I'm a huge baseball fan, so I try to give them a shout out as well. So that's kind of what my week looks like. A lot of times, it's a lot of time spent on Sunday and Monday taking pictures for the rest of the week and then doing posts. So it's a lot of pre-work ahead, and that way I don't have to do it like the day before. I'm like, oh no, what am I gonna do? I have it all kind of planned out, so I know what's gonna happen throughout the week. So like I said, all those pictures and everything are on all of our social medias, and then if I want to feel like doing like TikToks or stuff or shorts or reels, they're all kind of the same thing. They just get posted to the other ones as well if I have something I want to do, either with Motu stuff or whatever strikes me as being funny or something or clever. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
So you're a bit of a Transformers person there. I see.
Our two other guys are Josh and Jason. They're the brothers. They collect Transformers. I have some, but not
for you there.
Yes.
Every time I look and watch Cracktastic Plastic Prime, my circuits start to sizzle.
Awesome.
That's what I love about this community. We always get something to find out.
Yeah, they're hardcore Transformer collectors. I'm more the Motu guy, and our other guy Corey, he's a GI Joe. So we kind of have all the big three covered when we talk about in our podcast. So we have like all angles to talk about whatever topic we want to talk about. So. And I just collect a whole bunch of other stuff as well,
Right, for sure.
Yes, I have my toes in all three departments, shall we say. Just starting with that G.I. Joe classified there.
Yeah. Yeah, and those Final Faction stuff, I know figuratively speaking was giving a thumbs up on those and stuff. And same with these Oz. Those, like I started into them. My son kind of got me into them, and it was just like, one day I was like, well, if I can get all of them at once on this first wave, like if they're all here at once and I can get them all at once, then I'll start collecting. So I'm like going through all the racks and stuff, and I end up buying like 17 of them at once. And it was like the whole first wave before they did weapon packs and stuff. And like, yeah, there they are. There's the gold.
Yeah, the older packs are the gold ones, and now they've got like the new colors, right?
Yeah, those Riptide and then those the Riptide is the color changing one too. But yeah,
Amari.
the new ones, the new ones, they have the Venom and the gold limited edition
Yes.
ones. So they're I'm looking to get all the rest of those. So we'll see. We'll see if they show up here. It's always a little bit late in the
They
Midwest.
haven't showed up in my area yet.
Yeah, they've been kind of trickling in here, the limited edition stuff. I got another guy that sends me some up, and he lives up near Cedar Rapids, and he sends me down stuff too, and I send up him stuff if we get different stuff, and so that we have all the new stuff. But yeah, I've gone through on our channel. There's a few episodes of the newer limited edition stuff that I've done as well. So I think most of the Karn, all 5 Karn, and then just a couple. I think only the P131 for the gold, and then the Arrow are the only Alpha team that showed up that's on the limited edition. So the Karn seems to be coming in first right now, which is fine. But nothing wrong with that. As long as I get the figures, that's what matters. I gotta get them in my hands.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Yeah, it is.
Always the hardest part.
Yeah.
Okay, that leaves us with Sir Clifton. Sir Clifton, are you still there?
Is he paused?
I see like his
might be
head
frozen.
slowly moving.
He moved.
Saw a little bit
Yeah,
of
I'm
it
here.
go.
I think I'm breaking in and out real bad.
All right. Well, go ahead and try to give us your best wrap up here.
In my first episode at Eternian Ellipse. Episode Eternian Ellipse, and basically just going to go through. We're going to go, which is Eternian is Eternian. This is, and find out what it means for both being together. And that's pretty much right now a Patreon account set up where, if anybody wants to help support the channel and help go toward or whatever I may need to do as far as this connection deal. I don't know what to do, but anybody to do that, don't have to, but all proceeds to support the channel. So, I'm doing 2 shows Sunday, and they'll both be at 6 p.m., which will be Central Time for me. So y'all have to coordinate it to your times. But I plan on doing multiple things. And like I said, I'm going to get more into that whenever I talk Eternian Ellipse being together. That we'll find out more about what the show is going to be about when I do episode and whatnot when we do that. And that's it.
That's a good thing.
All right, then. Well, it all just comes down to me. And everybody who's here right now probably already knows, I go live every Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and that would be 6 p.m. Pacific. Everybody in between, you can do your own math, but, Central Time's an hour behind me, and then, Mountain Time's 2 hours. So, yeah, you can definitely go ahead and find me on my own channel, as well as, of course, Toy Frenzy on Skelevator's channel every Thursday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Pacific. as well as I guest appear on many other channels whenever I get the invite to. You can catch me on Mega J's channel for lives. Tomorrow, I'll actually be joining Toy Connections for another episode of TKO, where we're going to be going over Mythic Legions, which is one of my new favorite passions to get into. Yeah, we're all going to be talking about the goodness that they have going on there. Because the one other thing that I had show
Keep
up
trying to
this
tempt
week,
me, man.
well, this might not help, but that's the beautiful Unknown One.
Ah.
Yeah, a non-con exclusive version.
Well, I would think
Nice.
you know who he is by now.
I don't know his name. He ain't said it yet. That gorgeous looking figure right there. He's saying Cobweb's mentioning math. Should I know about this? Well, sometimes it helps, but yeah, it's overrated.
Yeah.
So, Thanos Copter is asking if Skelly will be back this upcoming Thursday. And we are hoping he will be back. But we'll have some other fun news and announcements that our Patreon members are already privy to, being in the exclusive Patreon chat as well as being in the Discord group. But you all just got some great news this week and probably know what I'm talking about. But those of you who haven't subscribed to either my Patreon, Skelly's Patreon, or Bobby's Patreon probably have no idea what I'm talking about right now. So if you guys are missing out, you might want to subscribe and find out what big news we've got coming down for the channel. But yeah, that's going to be really great going on.
Yep.
I'll have Legions class coming up in another month, but no need to worry about when that'll specifically be, as it's always on Ozstradamus Toyz live at 9, because I don't always want to add another show to my schedule, but it's a great time slot. We just do it once a month. So all right,
Usually around the mid-month there.
Yeah.
But
mid-month.
yes, I've caught the mythic Sweet Tooth myself, so I'll occasionally review some of those from time to time, or a few of my mythic customs. Indeed.
Absolutely, those gorgeous mythic customs that you do. All right, everybody. Well, that wraps it up for the night, and hopefully I'll be catching you all soon on the next one. And as I haven't completed my own credits yet, I'm going to be rolling the Toy Frenzy credits tonight.